Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We are back today, trying to build Colata up, which will take over basically running the fire station and the repair station, plus a construction office, I think. Sending some workers to the bus stop over here so that the construction office workers or vehicles can pick up workers from this area, maintaining everything autonomously. Right now we're picking up everything from the customs house, and at least regarding workers that should probably change. We're also building up some finances, earning ourselves a little bit of extra cash, it looks like. Because oil seems to be on the way up in regards to pricing. So if we get to about 200 or 150 rubles per ton, we would make a lot of money with these trucks. And that is not a negative thing. However, inflation might also start playing a role at some point, where the ruble starts becoming a little bit less desirable. But for now, that doesn't seem to be the case. I think we are going to start building everything over here and open up all the construction sites. The construction offices from very far away can build this road if they want to. I guess maybe I should hold off. Maybe I will build this a little bit differently with the slope here and more residential buildings. I guess nah, it's fine. We'll just deal with the road and just build the buildings around it. And the local construction offices here still need vehicles. Dump truck, open haul. We still need a Mars bus. I don't think there is one in this area. Everything over here has been relocated. We also need to take down the power line, which has not been set up yet for demolition. But everything else pretty much has. Leave a little bit of a stub of a road here. Maybe put a dirt road, leave a section of dirt road here, just to remember the past. I don't know if this one is set up for demolition or if it's like only did the short segment that I just clicked. Looks like it is just a short section. We'll cancel that and remove the whole power line. Alright, that makes more sense. So, as I said, we still need some vehicles for this. I did add the dump truck and the open hull truck. Covered hull truck, maybe not as important. A W50 road crane, for sure. This road crane will go back to our main area right now, because I do want to restock our construction offices over here as well. And I want to keep the slightly better cranes in this area instead, giving our village of Colata just some W50 road cranes, which will be more than enough to handle everything that construction tasks may throw in its way. So a covered hull truck is missing, a mixer, bus is heading here, and a road crane, and that should be everything. So 2 more vehicles basically. And I guess we could start setting this to auto-construct, although buying the vehicles is kind of expensive. Let's save up a little bit more cash. Let's get to like, I want to be at like over 20,000, I think, which shouldn't take too long. We still have to buy 2 vehicles, which is about 10,000, probably more. I think this mixer is probably more expensive. I guess I could move another old mixer over here and then buy some better ones, maybe some western ones for our town on this side. I could move over to some of those vehicles in general. I guess we have T138 mixers here too. Western option is... oh no, those ones were really expensive in US dollars. Let's not do that. Let's stick with the T138 mixer. Probably the second last vehicle I'm gonna buy after another covered hull truck. So we do need a Western bus, another Mars 309. Although smaller buses here could be useful as well. Concrete mixer, cheapest one. What is heading here right now? Mars bus, yes. Concrete mixer is too expensive. 10,000 rubles, we don't have that. But after a few exports of oil we will. And then another covered hull truck which will cost us another 5,000, so we need 15,000 for the remaining vehicles. Let's not buy the rest right now, let's leave some money in the bank account just to make sure we can pay the expenses for repair materials, electricity and other things in the vicinity. So, looks like about 1,300 rubles. Not unhappy with that at all. But yeah, I would like to build a train line to it, just so we can export the oil to the west instead, and start shoveling over some other resources. Maybe bricks, maybe prefab panels, something that will become much more expensive in rubles than in dollars, which prefab panels seem to be on that course. And bricks probably are the same thing. Bricks are also switching ruble and US currency price right now, so it's gonna be good to still buy materials mostly with US dollars. Going to be really good. And some vehicles we will just have to always buy with rubles, and for that we need some financial backlog in our bank account. We're down below 11,000 work days on the tunnel, definitely more than halfway now. I think even closer to 2/3. So work is ongoing, and as soon as this one finishes, all of these workers will go back to buildings like the iron mine. We can at that point get another bus if we run into issues with not enough carrying capacity in our existing bus infrastructure. But I don't think that is a problem right now. I think I'll build the road cargo station just to have it in place. And yeah, the storage will make sense. And maybe I will fill it with resources. That will give me a little bit of a backup in case we plan a large construction. And I know I have the financial means to build the thing, even if I at that point can't have vehicles bring new resources, and we would need to temporarily disable that, which I can do by just flipping around the factory connection, because then these vehicles couldn't unload anymore and would just keep standing around. I think that will work nicely. Kind of a little bit of a workaround, so I don't have to go through all 4 lines and set it individually. Did I rename that line? Yes, I did. But I named it wrong. Krasna, open storage. So Krasna, the resources where? So boards and I'm gonna name this construction materials. Krasna open storage boards. Well, the open storage is also gonna be renamed, so open storage construction materials is gonna be the name of the game for boards. And then this one is Krasna open storage construction materials. And this is the I guess this doesn't need a name, it has a name as a road cargo station. Should be fine. I really like the setup of the train diesel station in front of the train yard. Even though the trains are a little bit too long and blocking the whole section, we did place the signals where that doesn't matter that much. Trains will just have to wait a little bit longer. So, prison seems okay. We're not having any prisoner escapes anymore this year. Crime is being handled. Low loyalty. Well, you have monuments around. You have no complaints. Waste storage is empty. Maintenance of the building is fairly low. Like the requirement to get some maintenance, 26% loyalty. I don't know. It's low happiness because of low loyalty, so it will just take some time before they recover their loyalty, I guess. We did our research to get the secret police going. And that one has been working quite well. Do I want another flat? We have 100 flats still free, so not right now. Population growth still going up, very good. Secret police seems to be doing something. 30% loyalty requirement and all loyalties known means that no former convict will be able to work as a teacher. And in general, that should help with loyalty. We have 6 prisoners who can't work, so increasing the frequency of the prison buses might be a good idea if we want to get extra workers. That would basically be 2 work slots filled. 6 divided by 3 at all times, on average. Yeah, the prison bus speed is like, I don't know, not really that important. If we can't use line spacing with them, what's the point? And if you just cram as many prison buses through things, then I don't know. Not sure why this has changed and why it's not being reverted. Wear and tear of the clothing factory up to 50%, so building maintenance ongoing right now. Alright, so our prison buses will be set to go towards the clothing factory. I will not enable line spacing and I will just move them as fast as possible. Hopefully they'll space themselves out a little bit. But the travel distance is very short. I just want to make sure everyone goes to work. And a few extra prison buses should achieve that. The prison itself, I guess, will help space things out. There's only 1 parking space here. And we will disable line spacing. Definitely need more workers again. But right now we have other construction priorities. Right, construction to the customs house ongoing as well. Just taking a little bit longer. Okay. We're up to 13,700 rubles. 7,000 more to 20,000, and then basically double that for the vehicles. So we have both construction offices fully occupied. I will cancel construction right now and unassign everything. We will turn on auto search once we have the money for it. Still need cover towel, concrete mixer, and then we're ready with both both construction offices. Concrete mixer being the more expensive one we can get right now. There's a better version available, but it costs more, and it has the same carrying capacity for extra road speed, which doesn't matter to us since we only have gravel roads. So now we will just save money for the covered hull truck. 5,000, another 300, and then another 20,000, and we'll start building Kolata. At which point we hopefully will be able to turn up foreign manpower in the area and run our own population, saving us another 2,600 per month. Of course we will have other expenses, but food, clothing, alcohol and meat and electronics shouldn't be as costly as the foreign manpower, I would believe. But who knows, maybe it is. We're also building this, or attempting to at least. But we did disable... no we didn't. I thought we disabled building construction. I guess we're building the road with all of these over in Kolata, so I will cancel that for the maintenance offices. They should just build locally. The other construction offices can handle that construction. We also need more vehicles over here, but that one is not as urgent. We have maintenance office and we have our previous construction offices, so they will be able to maintain this building in case they need to. And once this one is done, we can move over the long haul truck into the road cargo station, giving more room in this building for vehicles to pick up resources. And we could set up one of the other trucks to bring in some other construction material, like prefab panels maybe. Or save some steel over here. Whatever we feel like. Steel might be a good idea. Have that as a backup. $10,700. Incoming train. Oh, well, train going the other way. It's in its own slot now, so we can run into a different siding. And the other construction train will have to wait. All the way back there. Because this is a chain signal, so... I just built it there because I didn't know if it would cause... It did cause previous issues with trains heading the same route and then both of them facing each other. So I'll just let them wait here, which is fine. Okay, last vehicle. The covered hull truck. And now we'll wait for another 17,000 rubles and then we start letting them build whatever they want. All the buildings are enabled for construction. It's just that we disabled the auto search. For good reason. Water and sewage have been placed. The water truck I did not bring yet, which means that repairs are a little bit slow, but they don't happen right now anyway. I will have to buy water and sewage truck before I start moving people in. But that has a little bit of time. People are not allowed to move in here, only when we give the signal. When everything is in place, we have the supplies on site. Will we enable that and probably just migrate some people? Unless at that point we already have some 21-year-olds without their own flat. We'll see. And then we're gonna find out if the Hall of Residence over here in Korasna can deal with the education demand in Kolata. Because that would be very nice if we don't have to build a university in that area. We definitely have the room for it. Just need to make sure we have the capacity, because that is probably the main issue. That we will run into capacity issues with this university. It will be a small settlement that will be coming to this area, but still. Maybe once we have a technical university in this area, or in the future a medical university in another settlement, this one can become our main education center with a lot of Hall of Residences distributing all the education through the nation. And maybe then we can bulldoze this, but Kolata will show us if it will actually work with this way. And if it doesn't, I guess maybe we can just have a train bringing the students over here, which would be a bit ridiculous, but still. Train station space over here is not an issue. I will also have to save up some money for the waste wagon for the train. Speaking of waste wagon, last time we had a few issues with the waste disposal. And that one is still ongoing. So mixed waste is fine. Hazardous waste, not ideal, but we'll send you to the customs house. Maybe you'll pick some other material. Could definitely use some more help with the construction waste. As soon as our train has the cargo wagon for waste, this issue will go away by itself. And when all of the waste has been removed, we can probably set it up so that no more construction, no more industry waste materials go in here. Iron would still be acceptable, because at some point we might have recycling, and then a recycling storage would make sense, just as a collection point, but maybe we could set it up in a way where it doesn't go to the customs house but reload it for a different thing. Would need to set up individual setups for this then. Right now it's not set up in a way to... With a line you can't set multiple pickup items apparently. At least not for waste. Only allows one. It's a little bit of an issue. So it's either anything or nothing. Or one thing. It's not mixed waste, hazardous waste and iron maybe, and the rest you're not allowed to pick up. But what can you do? That's the way it's set up right now. I could bring the construction waste back over here for now, but it is already full and we are waiting for the waste train container. Slowly creeping to the customs house. That one will cost us right now... We still only have that one as available, 12,000. Let's see, I think there's another one available. I've said it multiple times. I thought there were multiple. So, ruble. I don't have any subscribed or work in progress. Cargo wagons. ES waste. There's EAS waste. That's the one. 1979. That's quite a while away, but I think... Yeah, that one almost doubles the carrying capacity. And that's about it. There's a sewage wagon and a water wagon, but they are not available. Still show up in that list though, for some reason. Maybe we can just start. I'm making a decent amount of money now. We imported vehicles for like 15,000, but we repaid like 10,000 of that already. So we are only 6,000 down for the month. 1,400 rubles per truckload. Is very good. It kind of makes you want to set up another oil well. And then, even if the price drops a little bit, maybe it would be worth it. I don't know if a pump jack over here would cause issues in the village. I assume it would. And we do have more options on this hill. Another 75%. Just an electric connection. And it would be functional. Those pump jacks are not hard to set up. Let's see how the oil price develops. If it continues going up, I will probably build another one to benefit from this. I mean, I think that's the right idea. Right now, I'm happy with the income that I have. More money would be nice, but I think I could also affect the market price too much, so I'm gonna stay a little bit conservative in that regard. Yeah, that's good enough walking distance. People should be able to work in the repair station. No problem. I hope I don't miss too many things. We have electricity, we have heating plant, water and sewage, shopping, a pub, clinic. I still said we need the police station, and we still need... What was the other thing? I guess we're gonna find out. We have our culture building. So I guess we're just gonna place a police. Remove that snapping point, so that our road connection might look a little bit more appropriate. Then we're going to line up the footpath to this, to the line of the grid, instead of the road connection. And just hook up the footpath over here, and then the road. Actually, I'm gonna twist the police station a little bit, because everything else is basically aligned with the road. So we are going to try and align the police station still with the footpath, but keep it aligned with the road too. So basically like this. Yeah, let's do that. And maybe a monument here for these 3 buildings, if we have loyalty issues. So clinic, fire station is already built. Kindergarten and school, very important, we definitely will need those. No orphanage, no university, no courthouse, maybe a prison. Maybe some prisoners locally. Not sure what we could use them for here, but who knows, maybe vehicle repairs. Maybe... I don't know. Maybe over here. And a medium-sized kindergarten. Small one is... no, a small one is probably enough. 120 children. Should be plenty. Walking distance should be enough, and if it isn't, another kindergarten wouldn't be the worst. $14,000 rubles. I think we're just going to go ahead and start construction tasks. 3 kilometers should not be able to reach towards the other town anywhere close, so we're just going to set it to the max setting and go ahead and build things. And we probably also will have a resource storage here at some point, but that would require a lot of vehicles to keep the resource storage filled. Maybe it's just going to be a train connection, and we will have one train bringing resources to all of the storage sites. That definitely sounds like a good plan. One train first going to the smaller settlements, and then the largest settlement, and then waiting to unload the most common resource, maybe prefab panels or steel. A large resource storage would definitely hold a lot of resources for construction. Road cargo station is done. We'll move you over here. Wait until unloaded on boards. And that's basically the same thing, except we have 4 parking spaces instead of 2, and the 2 parking spaces can be loaded as loading stations. And then I guess other construction material, maybe? I was going to say steel, but we are starting construction now on Kolata. But then again, we are importing with US dollars, so it doesn't matter. Kolata does not build with the same resources that we are using here. And that also means that the source for steel is going to be here. And we're just going to copy that assignment onto all of our construction offices in the area. Now they all have the same sources, again, with steel only being able to be picked up from over here. This one should not have the name of the settlement in it. Otherwise it makes it difficult to see, I think. If I have the assignment correct, or as construction materials, sounds fine. Price is going up of iron, I think. Iron price is going up. Yes, very much so. And that means the steel price is also on its way up, so I think right now is maybe a good time to still import some steel while the price goes up, and then benefit from the increased price by iron ore exports. So yeah, we will fill the storage with its 25% of steel, which we probably can't completely afford. But maybe we can. 30 tons is how much? 16,000. We can afford that. It's less than 2 more truckloads, so we should spend less than 30,000 on the steel imports. And yeah, then let's just profit from the iron ore exports for now. These will consume a lot of money because they're gonna get more foreign manpower. We don't have any workers here yet for ourselves, and that's a problem. Yeah, should be fine. Okay. Footpath in this area, maybe some trees in between them. Maybe another footpath here just to allow for easy access in case someone wants to walk diagonally. And the potential for more housing. Depending on what the heat exchanger says when we build it. Shouldn't be too much, but you never know. We definitely can have one more heat exchanger, a small one, to see how things are. And yeah, resource transportation is going to take a while. So I guess consumption of resources is not going to be too high with the small vehicles employed here. I think I'm going to add a local resource storage and then have some larger trucks bringing resources here. And then the construction offices can pick up the resources with smaller vehicles. Resource storage right next to the fire station. And that would require a road cargo station and basically 4 vehicles bringing resources here. But yeah, the small trucks carrying resources to construction sites is nice if the distance isn't too long, I think. So if we make that change, maybe it will be much better for the local construction tasks. I don't want to cause a traffic jam at that intersection, so I'm going to move this over here. Got a road cargo station. So the delivery vehicles will have to go here, and then the pickup vehicles will have to do a sharp turn to pick up the resources, and there will be a nice bit of distance for them to wait in this area, so they don't stack up on the main road. And we will try and prioritize this if possible, which shouldn't be too difficult. The equipment that we don't have is excavators and bulldozers, but we brought them here manually, so we have some on site. Maintenance construction officers do not have those by themselves. And then I haven't really planned a proper construction office for this. Maybe we could build a larger construction office with some more heavy-duty equipment. But I think basically 2 small maintenance construction offices should also handle a little bit of construction locally. There we go. I think we are done with our steel imports. 4.5 tons still on the truck. 82 tons of steel. $48,000 rubles, 40,000 US dollars. So we spent a lot of money. Money is still going down. Hopefully we are exporting iron ore again soon, so we don't have to refresh our loan just yet. We'll see. I wonder what happens if the electricity cuts off towards the train aggregate loading station. Does the train start driving at that point? Oh, we're unloading boards. I guess that is also some income. Speaking of boards, I should probably check if I have to replant trees. And I think I do. There's a little bit of a thinned out area. And if I wait until more trees are gone, we will have a time where no trees can be cut down because I've waited too long and the trees take too long to grow up. I said it already. Can't wait for the Technical University to become available. This is getting pretty old. Okay. Good amount of workers. Rail construction. Progressing nicely. Last corner. 133 work days, meaning we have about 7 to 8, 9 construction tasks left. And then we have our rail connection. Inform me when this one is done and we'll get the waste wagon. And resume any waste export over here. Probably still going to split it into construction waste and mixed waste maybe. But it's not necessary really. I should combine these again. Just make mixed waste a thing right now. Well, I guess right now is not a good time because I want to split it up. Actually it is. I don't know. Definitely get the construction waste out of that waste storage. That's something that has to happen fairly soon. Yeah, the university needs more staff, meaning either more workers in total or more regularly educated workers. We did build one extra house, which is slowly filling up. 55, 78, 80, 90, 116. So we have about 120 flat spaces still free. Population is closing in on 1,500. Overall, good progress. I wonder if at some point the heating plant's gonna fall over and complain. Or if the pollution from the heating plant's gonna be too much. But yeah, slowly going to build up this area. Hopefully once we get some trucks bringing resources here, it will be much faster. And I think it's the right choice. It's gonna be Eastern resources though, so we'll have to save up some price. At least the boards we're producing ourselves, so don't have to spend any money on that except for what we're already spending on it. Yeah, the price of boards is not great, so the price of wood and boards is very low right now. But the more construction we do, the more we are the less we are exporting, the more we are using ourselves, which would start bringing up the price again. How's your maintenance? 50%. We also have to consider the repair station over here at some point. Or a depot with a repair station on this side, which I said I would do, if this one doesn't get any vehicles driving to it. Coal is definitely fine now. One truck seemed to be running out of materials. Glad we caught that before it caused any issues during winter. Could have had a significant impact on our population, and it wouldn't have been nice. Well, next month should look better. Still need 2 more vehicles here, one for not there, here, for prefab panels and one for bricks. But they are going to be expensive. The steel truck will have a different color scheme. I think I'm gonna go with the blue for the steel. Prefab panels gray maybe, and bricks red. Something like that. I don't know. A little bit more color wherever possible. Work days, so we did 20 work days of work. 6 work tasks left. One road can be done by mechanisms after the gravel has arrived, and the other one will have to be done by other equipment. I guess the downside is we don't have an aggregate storage here, and I guess our dump trucks are also really bad. I think I can build an aggregate storage here and just have them load locally, even without a loading station. I guess we'll flatten this and give it the room over here. If we hadn't built a power line in this area, that is. So the plan is for an aggregate storage with, in the future, maybe a loading station, but for the time being just an aggregate storage filled by one dump truck with 2 loading slots. Will speed up the loading process. So we also have to build this one. And this does have electricity, and for the truck loading station we will have to be careful a little bit. Probably putting another power line in place at some point. And I guess I'll just, I don't know, build a dirt road here. this to high priority and build that first. Yeah, we might have to move electricity over at some point. And once we have gravel locally, the other construction tasks should be faster. Maybe I should upgrade the road already. Probably. But yeah, there will be one dump truck bringing gravel here at all times. I don't think we will need a loading station for the building itself. The dump trucks can only carry 3 tons, so the carrying capacity will be so low that if they move in and they load, even loading slowly, they will not cause a traffic jam. So we should be fine. But yeah, I guess I will need the construction materials locally to an extent. It will be a lot of gravel, that's for sure, that we can store in there. It is the smallest storage, but 870 tons or however much we had. Yeah, of gravel. It's more than we need. And it's not set up in a way where the train can hook up easily. Both resource storages will have to be moved whenever we plan to use a train platform to load them. And I think for the aggregates I will need a dedicated aggregate unloading station, because that probably also doesn't go through a factory connection. I think the train is heading back after some construction work. That's going pretty quickly. Very nice. We'll open up the fire station to the full amount of workers, just to be safe. Definitely could use a few more. But what we have should be okay for now. So the large town of Hellas, we will build it as just a town, as in no specific things. And then later we will retrofit maybe a metro, maybe a tram. We'll have to see. Hello Ashdevan, good lurking to you. So I don't want to plan a metro in right from the start, but I am considering to build one at a point. I think this is too narrow for a footpath, right? No, it's not. Okay. Okay, then this will do. I thought it would be too low, but apparently it isn't. Then maybe if we turn these sideways, make them face inwards, we're not occupying too much space. Guess we're gonna see. We'll flatten a little bit of terrain here to get the bridge connected. from there we can have the road go down. Really great series so far. Your town designs keep getting better. Hello Tillman, thank you. Well, hopefully they will work. That's the thing I'm worried about, but we will find out. Thank you for the compliment. For the big city, I would recommend leaving some road connections to the site open for later. An example where the heat exchanger is would be first option to turn left after the tunnel but can't go further. And leave a road connection open. I mean, this whole area is supposed to be open. This is supposed to become a park area with maybe a kindergarten and a school in it. I don't want to build all of this full of buildings. There is more stuff planned here. Sports hall, and then we might have a second ramp over here, so we don't only have one bridge, because when we do have to perform some road work, we might have to replace a few things. I will probably also put a side road here just to give us the option of entering each side directly from the tunnel. Because if we have to rework this road, we might want to go around this whole place. But I'm designing or like planning this area right now for the aesthetic experience of coming out of the tunnel and moving through all of these buildings down the road. I have not designed such a high density road place yet, and I wonder how it will look like. Can go directly to the side after the tunnel. Yeah, there's a little bit of space here that isn't intended to be used in the beginning, but later on there will be a bypass road leading down here and maybe a bypass road going all the way around, hooking into these areas. Didn't really move the space back yet. I didn't want to do too much flattening, but the option is there. Okay, we're still saving money now that the steel imports have stopped on the US side. I think I'll upgrade this road with, like, most of it with gravel from the storage, and then part of it with gravel from the border. So we'll do this short section with gravel from the border, and then this section with gravel that we have stored in here. And then we'll remove this road again. But let's finish the construction first. This has higher priority than all of these. But I guess they are all set to high priority, so it's fine. Resource transportation on this side, I think we're going to use our old open hull trucks and move them over here, and then replace the existing open hull trucks that we have with better ones. Probably MZ504s because they're cheaper and better in every way, except carrying capacity where they're equal, but they have better road speed. They have less engine power, which reduces the fuel consumption, even though acceleration might suffer a little bit. And yeah, they're cheaper. Alternatively, we could maybe look for a budget vehicle. But yeah, these carrying capacities are not that great. I will have to be a bit careful with our rubles. It's not going up too quickly just yet, but I would like to fill the storages up at least a little bit. Especially gravel. Gravel should be fine. And gravel would help a lot with the groundworks. So the trucks only have to go to the border for concrete and asphalt. I guess I could move some of the old dump trucks over as well, because they have a lot of carrying capacity, like the very slow dump trucks over here. We have one more construction office free, so let's go ahead and do that. Kilometers. Assignments from existing construction offices. Okay, groundworks finishing up. 2 deliveries of steel, probably more because of what trucks we have. A lot more deliveries. 4 deliveries of steel. And then mechanical components. Okay. This has electricity. I don't think it needs it, but it does have it. Since we're only using it as a dump storage, basically. I don't think it speeds up the loading process. It only requires 50 kilowatts of electricity, so it's basically the lights inside the building. Domestic storage of clothing almost half full. Export storage still always empty, so 1 truck is enough. Getting more than 10,000 rubles per export, 8,600 US dollars. At some point we probably have to switch this over to the eastern side because we get more rubles from it. It's like a better exchange rate, and at that point we might be able to build the rail line to Kolata and hook up the oil wells and compensate with exporting oil instead of clothing to the west. Is the gas station in Krasna town filled? No. It is not. Thank you. No one has complained yet, so I did not notice that. Should be fixed now. The vehicle will have to spend some time traveling around, filling up that storage again though. But then it should be fine. Yeah, they were using other gas stations. I mean, we have plenty of gas stations around. We have 2 gas stations here in the logging area. On the road from the logging area, there's a gas station over here. Was the truck from the rail construction office supposedly loading that, but apparently we're not using that much fuel, so I will have to change these around too. No, Paraslav. Fuel. Edit the route instead. Okay, that. Go to the gas station last and wait until unloaded here. And don't wait until unloaded here anymore. Not sure why you didn't know that it was fuel, but I guess once you go in there once you should probably notice. Apparently not. Can't select fuel here for some reason. But yeah, I guess this is all also correct now. So they can refuel in this area again. And yeah, as soon as the train starts using fuel, there won't be any fuel left for the gas station and it will just go back and forth between the rail construction office until that one is filled, and then wait inside the gas station again. Larger truck could be better. But we have to use small trucks at some point. Might as well, right now. I don't know why you don't want to say that there's fuel here, but I guess it is what it is. It might show up later. At least it's working. These are all filled, so those are working. But they have their individual trucks basically. I could also give those trucks a more elaborate route. I kind of want to make our lumber area a little bit more efficient. So I still need the gas station just for the vehicle to stand around at, but then unload in all the buildings maybe. But that would mean that they would use the fuel up, and after they have used the fuel up, they would use the gas station fuel again, and at that point the truck would start moving out, filling up these buildings again. I don't know. I'll just keep my fuel centralized. I don't want to make the routes too complicated if I don't have to. We will manage the distribution with the gas station. And the vehicles driving out of the building shouldn't be that much of a difference. One would hope. Okay, last construction task. Over here. One of the dump trucks can basically handle the filling of the aggregate storage. I thought I moved... Oh, we only had 2 trucks, okay. Plans for a tech unit in the big city. I need to plan the largest things first in a new town. Yes. It will have a technical university down here. In the beginning we will not have a university. We will develop towards that. At first I just want to run it with maybe 2 houses. Get everything up and running and start up the heating plant. And then slowly grow the area. Get the heating plant fully running. Run the heating pumps towards Krasna to remove the heating plant on that side, remove the pollution issue. And then maybe grow this area a little bit more because we will be able to get the housing closer towards the town center without problems. So yes, technical university is planned, but later, after we have the heating in place. And for the heating we will have heating pipes going into the center here with some heat pumping stations which will distribute it here. Or to another heat pumping station which will go over into town. I guess we will have a heat pumping station on top of the mountain and then climb up here and then climb down. Which should make the heat pump construction not that expensive. It will be a large heating pipe up towards here, and then it will distribute into smaller heating pipes up to 3 into the village, into the town. So we have some flexibility. I'm just thinking for myself, are 3 small heating pipes more expensive than a large one? So let's say 100 meters, 12 tons of steel. It is slightly more expensive to have 3 small heating pipes. This is 12.9. So the further we can get with the large heating pipe, the better. But I think it's going to be up here and covered by the fire station in the area. So heating shouldn't become an issue. As long as this area keeps running, that is. As always. And then yeah, this road will be used for passenger transportation to this area until we get a cableway station which will feed probably from the park area all the way up to the mine. Some workers. So the dump trucks are pretty busy, but we will have to use them for filling the aggregate storage instead. At least one of them. So once one of them comes back, it will be turned into a delivery vehicle. Train waiting too long? I don't believe it. I have no mistakes in my rail network. I just have unintended consequences. So once the gravel delivery has been made, it's going to go into the road depot. We'll set up the transportation route to bring gravel into the storage. And then start filling that one up. 25 tons is a large amount of resources. It's driving fairly slowly, but that's fine. And yeah, wait until unloaded. Only one truck. And these construction offices will pick up gravel from here now. The other construction office with the large dump truck will still pick it up from the border. Because it would basically be the same as bringing it here and then picking it up again. Hello Nomad. Spiel Nomad. Welcome. We are building smaller than the other streamers, but we are also playing on self-imposed challenges. We're playing low tech, which is a challenge that I've used ever since I started with it, which is every settlement gives us 1 research, and every 2,500 people gives us 1 research. And with a research tree of over 100 researches, that's quite a lot. That doesn't mean that we have a lot of research. Although we skip research, that doesn't unlock anything. So in the beginning it's a little bit easier because we can skip some of these researches like this one. But yeah. And the other challenge is no distribution offices, which probably doesn't tell you anything. It just means it's more difficult to set up distribution of resources. Gets a bit more complicated. And it is already quite complicated with only really one settlement creating that many transportation routes. So yeah, I'm looking forward to our 2nd and 3rd town. A little bit of a power outage because we ran out of money. Because we're importing a lot of resources, so I guess I will have to take out another loan again. I'll take out a short-term loan. The oil export should be able to keep up with things. Some steel. Construction of the open storage. I will have to bring the other vehicles over. Which means that our vehicles over here, the cranes, the excavators, might run into a little bit of trouble of being carried over to construction sites. But we should still be fine. There is a bus here. Yeah, we can make that work. Alright, so that one will be moved. Into the depot. And then we have to shift some vehicles around. Over here I would like one of these to go over to this. Hopefully you can carry all the cranes we have right now. Tower cranes. Yes. All of them show up. Then you will go over to the other settlement, and you will also go over to the other settlement because this one excavator we can move over into this. And then we don't need the truck here anymore. So the last 2 trucks are from these construction offices. And then we only need 1 more for the last resource at some point. Which will cost us a little bit of money, but shouldn't be too much. Setting up the infrastructure for construction should help with things, hopefully. Got all the materials here, got all the materials here. Once they are in place, we'll tell the construction offices to only pick up from this, and hopefully it'll be nice and quick. Yeah, 3 tons. Does take a while to load, but it's much faster than going to the customs house. And I believe the large truck will be able to keep this filled. And if we have problems at some point, we can attach a road loading station for aggregates and have 2 trucks sitting in here, whereas the other two slots inside the loading station can be used for picking up the resources. And I did not in fact upgrade this road before switching things over, I guess. Which is fine, I can do that later. I can even do that with other construction offices. Especially since we have another dump truck here now that goes to the border. Storage is up. We need prefab panels, steel, bricks and boards in equal distribution, 25% each. I'll just turn this factory connection over so it's easier to see which direction this is working in. And then we need our trucks to handle resource gathering for the storage. Steel. We'll clone that on top of the other vehicles and then basically just change the resource that is carried, and then we have all of our 4 trucks set up. Not sure where the other trucks went. They're still on their way? Yeah. Okay. Alright. And then we need 1 more truck. Copy this over. Go here. Change the resource. Prefab. Oh, I crashed the game. Don't know what I did. Interesting. I was typing the name of the town and it crashed. We lost 2 minutes of progress. The last autosave was from 1830, so not too much. Let's see if we can recreate that. Oh, we lost all of this, okay. Well, I guess I can take the time to move the vehicles over already. Let's make it simpler. I made it a little bit... I could make it more efficiently, so we just create a road cargo station. Ah, these vehicles are currently busy. No, I already moved them over at that point, never mind. Just... at least I don't see them in here. There's the bus. Seems all fine. Yeah, should be ready. Set the limit for the construction materials again. Yeah. Let's wait for all 3 vehicles to become available. Change the factory connection to be one-way just for visual clarity. Yeah, that 1 truck is doing really good work. I guess we'll just keep building. Once everything is up, then we can upgrade the last section of road here. And the first section I guess we can already upgrade whenever the vehicles feel like it. Low priority. There's the first vehicle. I guess I'll use an unnamed... I don't know if I want to try and recreate the crash right now. I guess we'll try. At best to see if we can recreate it and maybe get a reproducible crash that the developers can fix. Okay. I had one vehicle running and then at some point I changed these. By just clicking this and then trying to rename that route to Colata Construction Prefab. But it crashed when I was at the L of Colata, I think. And then this one is bricks, I guess. Not the vehicle, the route. So yeah, this is basically a challenge that turns the game into a lot of micromanagement. Let's see how it'll do for us. This resource storage is supposed to hold steel, bricks, prefab panels and boards. And I would like that to assign itself automatically with one click, but I guess as long as not enough resources are present, it doesn't do that, so we'll just do it manually. Then copy the assignments over again, so that this one has also the material sources set to the new storage. And we still need boards, otherwise it's not gonna work, and for that I need a new truck. I did take out a loan, which gave us a lot of money. We're using a lot of it for importing resources right now, but I guess we can get the other vehicle. And the board imports will have to happen over here, I think. Like, taking boards from the storage, I mean. I think a small truck is probably the best choice for this. $9,600, 11, 10,000, 13 tons versus 9.6. I think we're gonna just go with this one. This is gonna be the replacement vehicle of the Skoda 706. I assume this is Skoda. I don't know what MZ is. And if we at some point upgrade the road to an asphalt one, this vehicle type will benefit from that. Boards, wait until loaded, since we're not importing it at the border. You need to wait in there, because there's other vehicles picking that stuff up too. And then wait until unloaded, and go. And now we have new transportation routes here, which I still need to Colata gas station, okay. How did I name them? Okay, so settlement, resource, endpoint, Colata fuel gas station. So I named them incorrectly with the type of endpoint at the end. Colata bricks, prefabs, we'll fill up with construction material unit. Whole loan is gone. 25% still is a lot. Yep, it is. We can replace the loan with a long-term loan. Right now the monthly repayment rates are quite high. But it is a loan in rubles, so I'm not too worried. Colata steel construction. Prefab, bricks and boards. There's always construction materials, but that's fine. It's not going to the OS construction materials anymore, since it's going to a road cargo station nearby. I'm just going to cut that down to construction too. Okay. So yeah, steel is quite expensive. The whole loan is not gone yet, we still have 50,000. The US dollar is struggling a little bit. But that's okay. At some point we might refresh the loan again. We're down to 400,000, so better than last time where we were at about 500,000 before we restarted the loan. I'm feeling pretty confident. Coal price going up? Sure. We'll also have to switch over those materials to their own road cargo station so they don't block the repair places in there. I did not build waste storages in this area yet. But we do have enough room. That should not be a problem. Shopping centers plus this one will need its own storages for the hazardous waste. So I'll basically put in 2 storages on this side. Have a little bit of a gap to maybe have a footpath come through here. If we need access. And we'll deal with the hazardous waste in the area. We still need a technical service at some point, but yeah. Okay, we also have our first delivery of bricks. Of boards, I mean. Board delivery is going to take a while. But it shouldn't be used up that quickly. Gravel storage will take a while before it has filled up. But yeah, we can't really restrict the amount of resources in it, so... It is the smallest storage that we have. Except for the free storage, but this one only has 1 loading spot. So we can't really use that. I guess technically the smallest gravel storage would be a road cargo station with large dump trucks inside, and they transfer it from vehicle to vehicle. And then when the large dump truck is empty, it would drive back to the border. So basically just a transfer from vehicle to another vehicle directly. How's our rail construction going? I still see the construction icons. But we are on the last construction. So let's go get the cargo wagon for waste. And prepare our train to pick it up. I don't know if we can still fit that in here. Maybe 10 meters. We might be able to just add it to the end without removing another cargo wagon. Once you're done, you're gonna wait in the depot. I just changed the line again. Go to the depot. I assume by the time we have finished to export, our train will have made its way over here and finish the last bit of construction. Then we also need to turn off the bus route bringing workers to the rail construction office. And maybe get a better construction vehicle. Because we want to build more trains. We still have to set up a rail construction all the way to Western Customs House that does actually allow us to get an EDK. Unless we can ship it in, then I don't know. The next river is over here, but that's a bit small. I don't think we can get a container ship through here. I'm not sure. Maybe it does work. Not going to spend the money on that though. Let's refresh our ruble loan into a long-term loan of 200,000 instead. And repay this one. Still at 4.1%, so we are not in danger. At least not yet. Still no construction train. But it is on its way. And it is very close. Alright, we've reached the construction site. And now we're basically just building the last section, and then we're done. Very bumpy section over here. Maybe once we have a better... Yeah, I should probably also refresh my US side loan now. Gonna go for another 750k, because that's what we are using. So, we are making more money. At some point... Okay, that was a heating issue for a longer time than I anticipated. I did not expect to run out while I was in first person of the train. Should have been a little bit more careful. Thank you for the information that the construction is done. I saw. You know what? You can just keep running. For now. We're not going to change your route. Instead we are going to buy a cheap diesel locomotive on this side, which is going to shunt our cargo wagons around. So we're just gonna get a locomotive class 700 pig in red. And that will take care of bringing the requested train over. As soon as the line is free. I don't know if the construction train has made its way back yet. No, it has not. That's why the other train isn't moving yet. Or even a brand new vehicle at the customs house doesn't sell for money. That's crazy. So the train that we bought is slower than this one. Only 40 kilometers an hour. But it should start driving now. There we go. And maybe I can tell it to pick up everything here, so it doesn't have to go back and forth twice. Go here. So turn this off. Load any vehicle inside this and bring it to the depot. So turn around and please load the train. That's a very steep customs house. There we go. Our waste wagon. Museum of the Republic in Krasna is on fire. And yeah, as soon as the waste wagon has been delivered, we can just pull in the other train once and attach the wagon and just let it run. And hopefully that will work. If that doesn't work, then yeah, I don't know. I guess that would cause a bug report from me towards this. Getting a little bit worried with the efficiency of our party HQ, gotta say. 29. We're at 1.90. I'm studying until 30. Sure, I guess. Could just kick you all out and force you to go to work right now. Okay, so we'll wait until the waste wagon has arrived, which shouldn't be long, but it's gonna take a little while. It's running at fast forward, and that was the speed of the train, so it does not go very fast. Meanwhile, the storage over here is almost filled, except with boards, but for construction tasks this should be enough. And this should speed up construction here. Overall, the only material we don't store locally is electronic components and mechanical components for the time being. I'm not gonna steal them from the repair station. Let's hope the money is enough to set up the area. We spent a lot of money on things. All for the fact that we basically don't want to pay for foreign manpower to run the fire station. Speaking of running the fire station, there will need to be a waste storage in the area. We'll put it here. I'll probably need a bunch of waste storages for all of these houses, but I'll do that later. We did see that we could put small waste storages between the buildings, so in case of an emergency, or we don't have enough room, we're just gonna deploy those. And they should be enough for 20 people per house. Okay, I think it's time. I assume. Off you go. We have a new cargo wagon for you, and hopefully we are going to be fine here, and if not, then I don't know. Rail construction is done, meaning that the buses bringing workers to the rail construction office will also cease operation. And the route will be set to end in this depot, where they just will hang out. So a lot of workers can go to other industries now, and our US currency should recover nicely, because we're not going to spend a bunch of steel anymore. Here's our waste wagon at the end, and there you go. Let's see if that works. Okay, that forest is a little bit dense. And you are going to stop at the cargo train station first, exactly. And you're loading construction waste very slowly, but you are loading it. So it does work. But yeah, while you're loading it, different idea. Different idea. Instead of going to this waypoint, you are going to go here first. Yeah. Remove these. So you're gonna go here. Go to the cargo train station, so most of your train stands around here. Then after the cargo train station, you will go to this stop to turn around, and then you load the gravel. And that means not much, but it should help. Go to the customs house to test. So we just ensure that you go to this waypoint. I guess we can just let you run to the customs house real quick. It does load very slowly. Very, very slowly. So a dedicated train getting the waste away is probably better. But then again, we don't produce that much waste. So it's just probably the initial bit which takes a little bit longer. We'll find out. So the whole waste storage will basically be loaded. Well, not really. This is more than... This is 100 tons. We can't load all of that. But future construction waste will go in here. So you will have to wait until it empties out a little bit before you make another delivery. You're supposed to also sell construction waste. Just gonna test it. This is also gonna take a while, but the iron ore also takes a little bit. It's not too slow. Well, I guess it'll probably take it to unload 700 tons for the time it will take this to unload 20 tons of gravel. Or construction waste in that situation. Incoming other train. So yeah, this should hopefully resolve it. I could also tell it to use this line, but as I said, I want them to pick freely which line they would like to choose. Construction office, its last worker. And then all of our buses will be in here, waiting until we do more rail construction work. Okay, so first we load the construction waste, with the length of the train being on this side. Oh my god, this is gonna take ages. Maybe I need a dedicated train doing that. Maybe our red train needs to do that, because this is... Okay, go back into the depot. We will assemble another train. This is painful. And you basically will remove the... You will remove this stop from your route. And the waypoint. So you're just gonna do iron ore. And you are gonna handle the waste. But we're probably gonna get another waste car for you. Actually no, one should be fine. So we are going to split this into 2 sections. no train should really enter from this side, but at some point this is going to turn into a one-way lane and we'll have a turn around here, but yeah, we don't have that right now. Okay, you go back to your iron ore exports, and I think you will have to pick up some more train cars. I think if we have 2 of them, it would double the loading speed basically. And it's probably the most we need. So we'll pick up another ES waste wagon and bring it over. Then we'll assemble the train. And what should happen is that we have a train coming in here to pick up the iron ore from this side, with the front of the train over here and the length of the train on this side. Hopefully not sticking out on this side. And then the other train will always wait in here. And when the opportunity presents itself that the train is full and it has a path to the customs house, it will go when the other iron train is already inside the customs house. And then it'll have to wait until the whole block is free and the iron ore train is outside of the way to go back to this area. And if this has enough throughput, we can also put the citizen waste in this area. But maybe I'll keep the citizen waste separate. I have 2 dedicated vehicles for that. We just need to at some point get all of the construction waste out of there. You are so slow but so cute. Okay, I'll give you some time. Just continue. Let's check on our tunnel construction. Less than 8,000 work days. Since we're not running the rail construction office right now, a few more workers will be available for that. But we should also see more workers in the mine and clothing factory as well. Logging area was already running at capacity, so more workers over here shouldn't really matter. What would matter, however, is if I do some tree replanting right now. Can't wait to get the research to automate this. And yes, it will be the first research we do. Once we get a technical university, we will get automatic tree replanting. This is too much. Once we're fully loaded on iron ore, we should be able to see the effect. I'm gonna test it right now. So the train, when this train car is inside the loading station, I'm gonna pause it here. Does not stick out at the front, so it won't be too long. So we will be able to run it that way, I think. And it shouldn't cause any... it might cause some traffic jams, because the ES waste train is going to be very slow. So when the iron ore train arrives here, the ES waste train might drive back to its position to load the waste over on this side. And during that travel time, the other train might complain a bit if it takes too long. But it does take a while to unload, so it should probably be fine. It's not that slow, it's 40 kilometers an hour. So we will have 2 waste wagons in the near future. When the train gets back, the train ran out of fuel. Then we will have to manually tell it to go to the depot. That was to be expected. I do not have a fuel station here, and there's no turnaround loop on that side. I guess I could just make a generic turnaround loop, so vehicles coming in from here can turn around to go back, and that would be the same here. It's basically just a loop that cuts over itself, just a circle. And depending on what side you come from, you can just change the direction. Could also be over here, so they have to travel in this area, turn around and go back. Maybe next to the depot. Could have that over here. Just flatten this a little bit. And you go in here, turn around, come back out. There's our train. And yeah, this is what it looks like now. This is how the train is loading, and it'll flip around with the front here. Because we can construct train lines where the train can change direction. Our heating plant is not running. 3 workers. Now it's running again. I did unassign everyone from everything so they can choose their own workplaces. But sometimes they're a little bit silly with what they want to work in. Especially the people with a higher education. They are always about working as a doctor, working as a professor, working as a policeman. And sometimes no one is working as a worker in the heating plant, and then we have that happen. Alright. I assume even if the train arrives and just stands with the front here and the train cars facing this side, it'll be fine. Wait until loaded, any waste, wait until unloaded, any waste. There is fuel here. Or did I make a mistake because I made this a one-way thing? Why are you silly? Go back. Could give the waste train a waypoint near the fuel station to turn around for now, so it can always run. Yeah, it'll turn around. For now I have to place a waypoint for it to even move out of here correctly. I guess, yeah, you're right, I could just turn them around near the fuel station with waypoints. Waypoint will be fine. So the waypoint will be enough. Just to get it out of this area. Wait until loaded. Start. Okay, this time it left on the correct side. And then we can remove the waypoint. I will probably just have a junction here. Thought I could skip that, but the trains chose the wrong side, basically. Krasna mine waste export is what this is. I mean, the train will turn around automatically, but if it's too long, yes, we will use the waypoint idea over here again. But it is so short that it will just fit into the cargo platform, and we might add some more waste cars just to speed up the loading process, because I think more train cars means faster loading. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. Anyway, I wonder if trucks arriving here will directly unload into the train. Actually, no, they don't. They also unload very slowly. Okay. 36 tons. We'll have to run the train at some point when there's open space here. And it's only a short train segment, so it hopefully isn't a problem. Cargo station, fuel station, customs fuel station. I don't know why I need to go to the fuel station though. They can still go to the fuel station whenever they want. I guess the problem here could be if this train decides to go to the fuel station right now and then wants to go through the other train. That is the only issue. It's not dependent on the iron train. So yeah, so it can run independently. I see what you mean. The issue I'm thinking, it doesn't, I don't mind it waiting for the iron train because the iron train runs relatively frequently, way more than the waste train. But the issue I'm seeing right now is the train heads back over here, loads iron ore and then decides it needs fuel. Then it wants to go through the waste train. So on the trip from the cargo train station, I agree that it should go over here and turn around in this area. Let me edit the line instead. But yeah, the return trip I think will be fine. It can wait for the iron train to move out of the way. When the iron train moves into the customs house, the other train can move through. And if we ever have a traffic issue, then yes, we can also move the other train back out on the other side. Almost halfway loaded. And yes, we're faster than the waste generation of the mine, at least right now. But only for construction waste. Mixed waste, not yet. It's making a little bit of money. Okay, I want to see it in operation, so we're gonna send the waste train to the customs house right now. Okay, one problem will also be if this train decides that it wants to load fuel and this train wants to still load construction waste, then yeah, the iron mine might stop at some point because we don't have that much storage for iron ore to generate that much waste. Okay. Wood train could snatch the traffic window otherwise, would be fine if it's just the two trains, but you already have a network. Yeah, the wood train could go through now when the other train is at the gas station. And we do still have a passing track next to the loading platform. Oh, you mean when both of the trains go out this side at the same time and the wooden train would have to wait for both of them to be inside the loading, inside the customs house, yeah. A little bit of a gap, so the wooden train could move out in front when this one turns around at the train diesel station, maybe. Yeah, maybe one waste wagon would have been enough. I guess they don't deteriorate, so we can use that for other purposes. Or maybe send the train out in a way where one wagon is always mixed waste, one wagon is always construction waste. Okay, and then we'll set this one to go to the customs house to test it. At this point it might unload faster than the waste train though. Technical service in Krasna, no problem. And the wooden train is also joining the fray. Or the wood carrying train. Yeah, look how slow the unloading is. Okay, so now the wooden train also heads here. And by the time this train is done, I will pause this train just to make the waste train head out first, if it needs that. But no traffic jams on the line itself right now. Alright, so it is leaving first. This one is faster to accelerate though. Will it get to the switch, to the signal before? Yes, it will. Okay. Alright. Waste train waiting to get back. Wood train takes the open track first, but by the time it's through, the iron train has unloaded and takes the next window. Waste train stuck at customs. Well, it will be stuck at customs until the iron train comes back. We have a decent amount of capacity, and if this ever runs full of construction waste, the construction waste will just go into the building and be handled as mixed waste. So yes, there is a potential that it backs up, but when that happens, the iron mine will not cease operating. It just means that we will be more inefficient with our waste handling. Right. The wooden train has gotten the next exit because, well, it was the first open space. And we're loading waste again. But yeah, I see what you mean. But I don't like this train traveling all the way back over there and here. Unless I build the loop. Which I think we can probably agree that that might be a good idea. Get some bulldozers back here and build that loop in the area so they don't turn around on a dime, but they will get a waypoint in the loop and then can run through that instead. And then we can also use that for our waste train, for our iron train, but then it doesn't make any sense anymore, because I thought I would make this a one-way loop. But with the slow loading of the waste, I wanted to separate this out. Otherwise the iron train would have been stuck here for quite a while. I guess at some point we might be very low on waste and it might be fine. But I don't know. I think this will work. And we can make the waste train even longer. The loading speed is the main issue, I guess. Presumably the loading station here from the dump of the claw machine railway connection loads way faster. But it might also be slow, I don't know. Or maybe we just need to move it through an aggregate loading station, because construction waste is an aggregate. So what we should have built was an aggregate loading station instead. This one. With an aggregate storage instead of a waste storage. I think I should switch over to mixed waste. All of it. Because I think mixed waste will be loaded much faster. Because we don't need to separate out the construction waste right now. We can just have everything together as one type of waste. And I believe the mixed waste to be loaded much faster than an aggregate waste through the factory connection. I will dump mixed waste into this storage now too, to test it. These waste storages are slowly emptying out their construction waste, which is good. Should be fine. More of a theoretical edge case of that happening. Yep. I mean, the rail network in video games to me is always a combination of edge cases that at some point turn into a catastrophe. And your job is to determine, is the edge case worth handling, or should you just ignore it until it happens and then maybe manually deal with it. Like putting the signal here, separating out these train lines, basically means I could just remove this whole train section. Because it's basically, the only way a train runs through here is this way. A chain signal would not work. It needs to be individual blocks. But yeah, with the loop idea, you could remove this one and just handle it as two different train stops. It's not how I initially envisioned it. But maybe we can rework this to an area where we do have an aggregate loading station instead. Like the aggregate loading station could be a parallel station over here. We already have conveyor belts. What if we had the aggregate loading station here connected to the same storage and we told the vehicles it is fine to load any resource in here? So they could dump construction waste in here from time to time and it would go down to the... Actually, why can't we load the aggregate waste in this? We already have an aggregate loading station. Why do I need a second one? We can just put the construction waste over here and then load it in the same train stop. And then we can load it into this train. And this would be for mixed waste only. Howdy, how's the king of workers and resources? I don't know. Have you found him? I haven't found him yet. So I kind of want to try that, so I'm going to tell this to load construction waste in here now. And this train is currently set to only load iron ore. We will tell it to load anything. I haven't changed the route yet. But theoretically, I guess it could cause problems because once construction waste goes in here and one wagon starts to fill up, maybe it gets confused for waiting until fully loaded. So we definitely need a dedicated storage for it, I would say. Just having a turnaround might be enough to give the train options to work on its own. Might be worth a try later on, yeah. Right now I'm considering another storage up here for construction waste and hooking that up to the same aggregate loading station. And then temporarily we could remove all of this and get 2 train lines in, and then we could have 2 trains in parallel, which might be more beneficial later on. So we have another train line. We could have a dedicated waste train here loading aggregates, and then I guess the aggregates should be on this train. Train has glitched out a little bit. I think that's only visual because I modified the rail line. It somehow glitched the graphics back. I'm gonna save that, see if it is reproducible. On loading. If it is, I can send it in as a report. I'm gonna write that down. Come on, construction waste, fill up. I want to see what happens when a truck decides it's fine to load construction waste into this. Waste train is ready. Yeah, this train will still be useful, but only for mixed waste. Construction waste is not the point anymore, I think. We want to empty this one out and probably just use it for mixed waste instead. Okay, you know what? Go to the customs house right now. Yeah, that's a graphical glitch that I saw that a few times. It's a little bit weird, but it should resolve itself. Okay, the train decides that for some reason, oh, it wants to go to the fuel station. That's fine. That's why we made the other train leave that way. So this is a-okay. Okay, if we remove all of this, put another aggregate storage up here for construction waste, just for the mine. These aggregate storages with their entrance being on the same side as the output is a little bit annoying, but we should be able to place that here. Flatten this out, remove this hill section, could get another connection in. And if not, we could just move it over to the side to the point where a connection is probably possible. Might have to remove the road to get that other one in. I'm kind of interested to see if they can do this. They have a considerable internal storage for construction waste, so it might be possible that we can set this to be mostly or completely construction waste. And then just dump it over. Dump the construction waste all in here, and the mixed waste will just pile up inside the building. We have already 3 containers in here. Okay, so now it's trying to unload the construction waste here. But until it actually unloaded 3.4 tons of construction waste in this somehow. As long as the train isn't here, it will just continue driving around. But when the iron ore train gets back, it's gonna get interesting. This is inefficient. This wastes fuel. There's the wood train. And iron train is almost finished unloading. We should arrive here, load all construction waste, and then wait until loaded for the iron. Right now I'm waiting to be loaded with everything. But that's just for testing. So we'll load some iron ore, then load the bit of construction waste that the truck is trying to dump in here. I still think we should keep everything separate. If we can get the waste train to load the aggregates from here, that would be better. You loaded the construction waste from the truck apparently. And you're waiting until fully loaded from that now. Okay, so we basically load construction waste once, whatever there is. And then we load iron ore until fully loaded. And with a bit of construction waste in here, one of the wagons will have a different type of material inside. And hopefully the train still realizes when it is full. I see what you mean. Accidentally removed the stop. I wanted to click it and send it to there. Gotta wait for the lumber train to pass through, I guess. Oh no, the iron ore train is moving already. So yeah, it realized that it was full, with some waste already loaded. It did split it up between three train cars though, which is really unfortunate. And you have to unload everything. And the waste unloading should be faster. It's an aggregate now. It should be as fast as the iron ore. The train is still confused though. So maybe we have to send it out of the customs house before sending it back in. should be able to unload that. Wait until unloaded. Yeah, and it goes really quickly. Now that we have it in the correct train car. I do, however, wonder if the waste train that we currently have could load the aggregates also from this directly. But I mean, it isn't loading slowly from... It is loading very slowly from here compared to this, but it's not that slow. Alright, construction waste back into the other storage. The test was successful. We will just keep iron ore in here for now. Wait until fully loaded for mixed waste is going to be an issue though. But I guess the mine is going to produce enough of both types. Second small storage for the construction waste. I was thinking that, yeah, and hooking it up in here. The road is in the way though. And then remove all of this. Not handle the mixed waste in this area for now. Get another train line going through here. I guess we could have the stop just moved. Have a stop. Oh, these are too large. And this is too long. Basically, you need to move this over here, hook it to this side of the train line, and have this one directly go through. So this needs to all move over a little bit. So this whole area needs a rework. We're almost out of rubles again. Why are we using that much money? Everything is so expensive. I thought the oil exports could deal with this, but apparently what I'm building here is quite expensive. Alright. Enough with the small loans. Let's take out 500k. Interest rate is still low. Might as well. We also need to buy some vehicles to start bringing materials for our other areas. I think you're gonna go into that task. You're gonna carry around coal for the heating plant. You're also not gonna bring that to a construction building, to a construction site right now. You're gonna immediately join the job of bringing coal to the heating plant. Colata coal heating. It's gonna be your task. And maybe I should move some more construction vehicles in here. I don't know. I thought they could build this in time, but no resource delivery has been made. But yeah, they are building things. Sufficiently fast, I would say. It does take quite a bit of money though. Complaints about no drinking water. I mean, we have the water substation. We have our technical service, at least the free one. Don't have one for waste just yet. Probably in this area. Connected from this side. The technical service could also be outside. Could be over here. I haven't flattened this out at all. But it doesn't need to be, it's almost flat. But yeah, for the free technical service, I think we can have the water and sewage connected. 11 versus 10 for a little bit extra. And then our sewage cistern, this one is cheaper, has more capacity, is faster, and has more engine power. Berlin comes in for a few minutes with a cafe and cigar to drink and smoke, and it's with us Bright and friends. Hello. Hello to you too. Welcome. So yeah, this area will need a rework at some point. I think right now it works the way we've set it up, even if it's a little bit inefficient. I find it annoying that it's taking all of the waste shared between all the train cars and it doesn't load them in sequence. So we have mixed waste in here now in all train cars. Which means this might fill up with construction waste before then. Cannot set while another vehicle is loaded, another source. So we need to empty this out and set one as mixed waste and one as construction waste, I guess. I think the production is almost even. And then we decide on whichever resource is produced more to wait until this one is loaded. Maybe I need more waste wagons, maybe I should get 2 more waste wagons and just remove all the waste from here. Even if it loads slowly. Would still be better. Yeah, the mixed waste also loads that slowly, so this is not ideal in general. If both waste types load that slowly. We can hold 36 tons of mixed waste. Yeah, I guess when the construction waste runs full, it'll turn into mixed waste and just dump it in here too. If there's still room for mixed waste, that is. We should at least have 2 containers always available for mixed waste. So yeah, maybe turning all of this into mixed waste is the better idea. Then I don't have to worry about another storage. And the slow loading is just what it is. However, at some point this is probably going to produce so much waste that the slow loading process is not going to be able to keep up anymore. Then we will have to make a change. For the time being, however, this will be enough. Making good money last month, 34,000. No more rail construction means we are saving money. 6,000 workdays on the tunnel construction. Getting very close, and I guess once we have that one done, we will start spending money again. Mostly the infrastructure. The buildings over here are already paused. We will toggle them on to be constructed as soon as all the infrastructure is in place. Not before that. There's another mountain over there that I might have to name at some point. And maybe this one. Maybe this one deserves a name. It is the highest mountain in the area, so... Which one is the peak? This one. Beatas Peak. Beatas Mountain. Beatas Peak. Oh, this one is mountain. So we have Kira Rush Peak and Beatas Mountain. Seems okay. Resource trucks are on the way still. Seems like they're hauling materials quite frequently. Wait until unloaded is definitely checked. So that should be all correct. The gravel storage is definitely filling up. I will turn this auto search off, remove all construction tasks. Except this road. The sources are all from the customs house, so as soon as we get a dump truck in here, we would be able to just build this section of road. The other section is incorrect. This section. Once we have a dump truck available, we can do that. Had a long siesta for 2 and 3 hours, long time ago. Did not make it. I don't know what you mean. Oh, you did. I don't understand. Water has been delivered. Buildings are slowly coming up. Okay. We have the police station place. Did I forget anything? We have a culture building, sport. We have the pub over there. I should build the footpaths first. It doesn't matter. Sleep after you did not make it. Yeah, but I don't know what you mean by you did not make it. It sounds like you did not finish the sleep. Or you did not get your to your siesta. So I don't know what you mean with I did not make it. These footpaths might change. I will just keep a little bit here. This was also just to get the center section. Oh, you haven't had one in a long while. So this was your first long siesta in a long time. Okay, I assume. Yeah, get it. I get it now. Okay, guess we'll build all of the housing first and then the footpaths later. Garbage is overfilled. Storage will be constructed soon. And I guess the technical service will put it over here. No, I still like it on this side, I think. Next to the heating plant. There's only pollution here. No point for anyone else to be in this place. I'll leave a little bit of a gap in case we need a footpath for something. But otherwise, all we will have is a road connection going through here. There's an intersection here. I guess we'll have one over on this side. There we go. I've had a siesta since last year. It's very healthy. Sleep is healthy, that's true. I usually can't sleep more than once per day. So I have no practice with that. The benefit of having very small vehicles is that if the construction site requires less than what they carry, they will be very efficient. But if the construction site requires more, then they're going to be very inefficient. Our dump trucks are busy, so I can't really do the road upgrade. I will get another dump truck. We do have the KAZ 256 that only drives 60, but I think we will use it. And then this one can build this road in the meantime. With gravel from the customs house, I guess. It's fine. And then at some point we'll sneak in this construction task. I don't know if this one is too short though. This might be too short for machinery, but I guess the gravel delivery will be fine and then some foreign workers can build it. Probably. Our buses are not small in the area. The buses are a little bit oversized. We're spending a lot of money on foreign workers, 7,500 last month. So our main expense right now, after the resource imports, were completed, at least most of them. Yeah, let's continue with the construction, I guess. Demolition over here. Still doing road demolition. It appears that the demolition office thinks that the waste storage is full again, I assume. It is incorrect in that assumption. But I guess we could send it over here to the train stop for mixed waste and construction waste. And then maybe have at least 4 containers for mixed waste. Alright, then I guess we'll just empty these out manually and they should be able to transport again. Build some long footpath stretches before the houses. You mean here? I do have a long footpath stretch here. I just will upgrade them later, I think, since they already started with the building construction. Yeah, I will gravel it. But since they already started with the house construction, I didn't want to interrupt. We will make all of this gravel for the footpaths, maybe even asphalt at some point, but yeah, since they were already building, I didn't want to interrupt. They are all busy. No point for me to reduce their jobs right now. Like if I do the, I guess if I do the footpaths right now, they could slowly open up the footpath construction to the other houses. Yeah, I think the gravel footpaths right now is better. This will get some vehicles stuck, but we can call them back as soon as they have made their they will get teleported home. Okay, they teleport themselves home. Maybe a football pit can be built? Yeah, they will get to this one. It's a small one. We'll see if it's enough. If not, we have more space over here for more sports facilities, maybe in this area. I wanted to start with the bare minimum to move some people in. Okay, 22 tons, 2 more deliveries, and this road section will be done. Okay, since let's upgrade this road too. I'm gonna do it right now. It's long enough where a mechanism can do it. You are going to build this road. 1 delivery of gravel, a mechanism, and it will be done. So we're pausing construction just a little bit to get the gravel road in place. Hopefully the aggregate storage doesn't catch fire now. We're loading mixed waste again. Or, no, you're loading mixed waste still. I need to set a train car to be construction waste. So I will set it to load I will set it to load twice again. On the second time wait until loaded for construction waste, and the first time load any waste. And then we need to change the train wagons to only hold specific types of waste. So I guess we will only have 1 train car with mixed waste and 1 train car with construction waste. If we have to set it explicitly. Jesus Christ, construction is slow. Building a settlement that far away was maybe a little bit of a mistake, but the oil was definitely worth it. We're just spending a lot of money in rubles right now. We'll have to use our recovering US currency to deal with that in the future. And the inflation will also help make the loan less painful, I guess. Because we took out a 500 1,000 ruble loan, the amount is not going to go up with the inflation. The interest might, but not the amount. I guess we can use the ruble for loans to sneak in materials. Traffic jam. We'll leave that open until it's done. Let's look at the traffic jam. It's still, if it still happens, it shouldn't. I don't know where there was a traffic jam. Gravel is already incoming. Good old Colata will help me conquer the rest of the map. I don't know. I thought this town would be better suited for that. At some point we will have a rail line go here and probably use this area for farming. And this area for farming. Lots and lots of farming. Alright, construction waste. Mixed waste. Load any mixed waste, however much you want, and then wait until you're fully loaded with construction waste. Fortunately, only having one train car for this. So we will be... I guess if there's no mixed waste, I should be able to load any waste. So I will turn one wagon to load any waste. Waste wagon 2 will be any waste. So if there's no mixed waste, we can load both of them with construction waste. I'm already full on construction waste. I could also just have a train line go in here and then turn around with a signal in this section instead of going to the diesel station. I think there's not enough room for a loop up here. Plus the loop over here would be more generic for any train. Will it bring mixed waste here, or will we load 2 train wagons full of construction waste? Signs point towards two train loads of construction waste, or two wagons full of construction waste. Mixed waste attempt. Nothing. Should now be 2 wagons full of construction waste, I assume. Can't change this one. We could change this one because it's... Looks like there's a little bit of mixed waste in there. Sometimes when I... No, it was just a lamp, never mind. I don't know if it's gonna fill the other wagon. Maybe it fills the reserved wagon first and then fills the free wagon. Maybe if you reserve wagons, this is how it works. Which would be fine. Hellas might need an incinerator when it starts growing. I still have to plan for the road connection all the way to the heating plant too. then we're basically in this area where we have multiple things, one of them being the heating plant with a coal storage attached to it, since we won't be able to have a distribution office handling the coal. At some point, probably a train line. Maybe on the back of the heating plant, or maybe on this side. Let's see. And then we have roads going this way. Four-way junction, maybe not ideal, but it is what it is. And then yes, just a straight road here into a T-junction at the most. And maybe this is going to be our highway? We do have to get to the customs house at some point. Maybe the highway will be over here, leading into a 2-lane road, going through this area, going over this. Definitely not going to build a 2-lane road right now. But just thinking about it. So this would not be a 2-lane road, but there would be another connection here of a 2-lane road with another trumpet interchange, which we have some experience with. And then over here, this would probably split up and become a loop kind of thing. So it's going to be a very large cul-de-sac, just dealing with the city. And individual roads spreading off into different areas. And then we might have to make this a little bit wider, so if a vehicle comes in from one road but actually wants to leave this way, it has to be able to go through. So a roundabout, if you will. So I need to make a little bit of room here to allow vehicles to turn around. And not just with something like that, but a little bit more space. Well, that's when I built the other 2-lane road, I guess. Actually, I can just make that with a bridge going across and then looping back in. So yeah, this will be fine. Those turnaround bridges I have built a bit. I'm not sure if they're realistic, but they work quite well in game. Yes. Go into storage for now. I'm not sure why a vehicle not able to go in one place blocks both spots. But it is what it is. Also, why are the other vehicles heading here? Oh, asphalt. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, still waiting on the gravel. Looks like that vehicle was stuck in a traffic jam. But it should be resolved now. And yeah, once that one is back, footpath construction can resume. This whole area speaks to me, because we can have a road come down this hill slope and go across with a bridge, and then connect the bridge to this road. But I don't want to make a 4-way junction. That would be tricky. A 4-way junction with a bridge, would that even be tricky? I mean, it's easy to connect, but traffic-wise, I guess there's not going to be that much traffic. I don't know. I'm not even sure we need a 4-way road, 4-lane road, but it's probably better to be safe, especially for our larger town. Should I do a square? a loop or just a very large loop? A little bit short, maybe. Better. Have this as the town center. It's not quite wide enough. What if I make this different? What if I say you go away and I try a loop this way? Okay, that doesn't loop out nicely because it's, well, it's fine the way it is already built. Also, it raised the terrain for some reason for the road. I don't think that changed the size because I didn't really mouse wheel for it. It did. So we could have our technical university be the centerpiece of the town inside the loop. I guess I didn't change the size of the loop, but I shortened this a little bit, so we had more. Actually, it shouldn't have changed anything. I think it was just that the area was modified a little bit. So I guess this is where our technical university is going to be planned already. The road connection will only be needed for construction and emergency services. And I guess this could become the roundabout, so we don't need a U-turn here. I don't know. It's gonna look different. I don't know if it's gonna look good, but different. The Hall of Residences will have to be in a different area for sure. Basically just a service road here for emergency vehicles. And then we have to develop the town around that, or at least like an education infrastructure. Money is going down so quickly, and we are spending a lot of on foreign manpower because the microbuses are really efficient at getting workers from the border, I guess. Gravel footpaths are being built. Gravel road is done. You can be auto-searched, that's fine. And you can go back onto your route, bringing gravel to the aggregate storage next, because you're already full. Wood cutting post in our logging area is on fire, but we have a fire station there, so should not be a problem. Did trigger building repairs though, but that's okay. The reconstruction is in progress. Half a ton of steel. Incoming outgoing train. Waste, sure. Did load 17 tons of mixed waste, excellent. So we are getting some mixed waste in here now. 13, so up to 26 tons of mixed waste can be stored. And the rest is construction waste. If they bring mixed waste here regularly, we will have a little bit of a capacity issue, and I might have to get another waste wagon. But yeah, overall this is fine. I think this will work okay. Kolata slowly taking shape. The fire station has its vehicles. Heating plant in Kurasna complaining about things. Only need one police car. We are going for the GZM21. I guess. Even though it's the most expensive, the second most expensive one. We will need an ambulance. We will need vehicles for bringing food, alcohol, clothing, and electronics to our shopping area. Don't need that one anymore. Mm-hmm. 2 tons, 2.5 tons. I think we're gonna go for the... I like the options that you can recolor, just for that fact. Don't want this one feels too expensive. I think... 1 ton would be enough. 1.5 tons would be enough. The shopping center can only hold 1 tons. But yeah, I guess we're gonna go with this one. It's cheapest option with decent capacity. 800 more rubles for an extra half ton. Extra half ton. 2,400 rubles for an extra ton. I'll use this one. Go here. Over here. First one is only food. Wait until unloaded. And then we copy that onto the second truck, which will be clothing and electronics. And I guess I don't need to set it that way. We are not going to pick up clothing from our own building, I guess, because it's quite far away. Or are we? Actually, no. Let's pick it up here. Let's get clothing from our domestic clothing warehouse. We are producing it for a reason. Wait until loaded. Go here. Load electronics. Don't wait until loaded. And then unload. Wait until unloaded. Advanced setup wise, I think we had 2.5 tons. Or was it 2.5 tons for electronics? I need to look at the values of our other transportation line. It's a different vehicle, but should be about the same. So 4.5. Okay, we're loading electronics first. and then reload clothing. So slightly more than half capacity electronics, 1.9, and the rest clothing. So we have to go to the customs house first. And then the clothing storage, which doesn't change much. Okay. Clothing will be the rest, basically. So it'll load full on 2 tons of electronics, then fill up the rest with clothing, and we should always have enough room for electronics in here. And the last is the refrigerated truck, which just goes through the border and back. We will name those lines once we start them. Technical service. The heating plant does not have a waste storage yet, and the repair station does not. The kindergarten does not, because this is not hooked up yet. I presume after that it would be able to get to this. But yeah, the repair station should probably get one in the future. Once when the technical office over here moves, we can probably put a shared waste storage for the fire station and the repair station, even though the fire station is already hooked up. Yeah, the repair station doesn't have a lot of internal capacity like maybe a scrapyard would. It's a default waste storage capacity. I think a small waste storage is enough. We'll see if we run into any issues with that. But I did say at the beginning I wanted to try more of these smaller storages. Supposedly this one has a waste connection. And that is true. Okay. How's the tunnel? Jesus Christ, this is... this town will also need its own water production eventually. That's going to be ridiculous. 4,000 workdays, 4,200 to be more specific. After that we will still need a bunch of gravel and asphalt, but the construction of the road can be done with just machinery. We will still throw workers at it to speed it up, but yeah, the tunnel is nearing completion. We found some mixed waste, and then it's not loading any construction waste because it has put the mixed waste in both containers, even though I told it to only load construction waste in one. So this is not working. No. I guess we're just going to go for mixed waste then. We'll turn all of these into mixed waste. Gotta make that change now. And all of this will be mixed waste. No more construction waste. Ah, missed it. So close. I will have to watch this closely to get rid of the last construction waste container. Shouldn't take too long to fill up, but that means I want to empty this one out of all the construction waste. But the train route will just be mixed waste. We'll wait until loaded. And we'll get one waste truck to basically empty out the storage right now. That's the wrong button. Looks like the demolition might be done, or they are still stuck again because of not being able to get rid of the waste material that they're carrying, which is unfortunate. Wrong setting. Go here, load construction waste, wait until loaded, bring it to the Eastern Customs House. Actually, the Western one is closer. So we'll empty this one out completely with its construction waste, turn everything to mixed waste only, which means construction waste needs to... I missed it again. Okay, this is going pretty quickly. We will stick around here for a bit until it decides to load the construction waste again. And then we'll grab it, set the last container to the other waste type as well. And you need to bring construction waste to somewhere else. Construction waste basically doesn't exist for you anymore once you have made a delivery and we have been able to turn off the last container. I could also just keep it around here. Make it stand around with one container full of construction waste, but that would annoy me a little bit. Mixed waste only. I'll have to slowly move over on the containers. Okay, I'll go back to the other container, and at some point I might hit it at a spot where it's at like 5 tons already. Not gonna sit there for the time being. I will get a free technical service for the 2 waste trucks that we need. At some point we will move it into the proper technical service, but for now, get everything in order, basically. The W50 is nice, it's cheaper, smaller capacity, but I think this is the vehicle that we're gonna go with. This one has a lot more capacity, double, but it costs almost 3 times as much. Not something I want to spend money on right now. And yeah, everything customs house basically. Still losing money on the ruble. $1.8. No, that's mixed. Construction waste 3 tons, not quite. Could be better. Population went over 1,500. The amount of free flats we have right now is 70 something, I would guess. 27, 47, 57, 61, 90, 91, 92. Okay. Still got a decent amount of flats available. Education-wise, the Hall of Residence is filling up. I guess we need more workers. I'm a little bit worried about Kolata sending its own students over here. But it only has to last until we upgrade Hellas to take students too. And then maybe even the university in Korasna can be demolished, and we carry students over here. Basically, make them live here in a hall of residence and then move back into a house. Would probably be the right approach. Where's the waste train? You went on to refuel and then you went back in here that way, so I guess you're gonna go to the train diesel station and then realize that the space is occupied and sit around in that line for a bit. Which is fine, because this will only happen if this train has refueled recently. So this train will definitely not want to refuel at that point, meaning that the next destination will be the customs house, and then the other train can move into here. Yeah, we need to finish the studies of some people. 55 workers currently not able to work because they're still waiting to finish their education. The youngest one, 21, at 1.83. Not that far away from finishing. But let's speed things up a bit. Give 5 extra staff, 5 extra party officials, and make them finish their studies. If we can move people into the work field at the age of 21 instead of 30, that would be great. I feel like I need to set up the second oil pump. How's the fuel price looking? I haven't looked at that in a while. Oil price. It went down and it's now going back up. Another one would definitely keep it at the lowest. I don't know. We should probably wait for a general shift of the market than trying to add another oil pump. Maybe I have to find another industry for this area. Another clothing factory. Fabric factory with an adjacent field. Some chemical imports and then fabric production on site. I guess we won't have that many workers anyway. We just need to finish construction of this. I am going to remove the microbuses and put in smaller ones, I think. Lost road connection to some... Oh, okay. Gravel needs to be reassigned. Did I write Colata here? No. And we won't write it here either. It's just an aggregate storage, which I abbreviated down to AS. Open storage for OS, or OS for open storage. Road cargo station is not RCS, because that's Rail Construction Office. So sorry, RCO would be Rail Construction Office. RCS could be Road Cargo Station. I guess we can name it that. No construction of it. Oh my god, did I forget the roads? I forgot the roads. Okay. The roads are only needed for constructing, so it doesn't matter that they're pointing in a weird way. We just need to build them and not to... No, actually we need... No, we don't need them for deliveries. We have the road cargo station for this. And I will need to demolish this footpath again, but mistakes happen. We'll relocate the technical service in preparation for hooking up the road connection over there. Minor mistake. Okay. Change the dump trucks. Rid of this. And then the road will probably go over here. Is this wide enough? Let's make it a little bit wider. There we go. Assign... I guess I'm gonna get a... Pre-demolition office here? No, I'll assign our other demolition office. They will have to travel all the way over here because I'm a little bit lazy. I could also just build a demolition office and assign the vehicles to this area. Everything from this customs house, except the excavator. We're gonna move this excavator in here. The other excavator can stay where it is. I don't want it to drive all the way over here. That one would be a bit pointless. Okay, it just needs to turn around. Why is this area so expensive? It's because I imported that many construction materials, I guess. That was maybe a bit too much, but it did speed up the construction, I think. Alright, we'll move the footpath, and the waste truck will pick up the waste, and then we're done. I guess I could have used our other waste truck here too. So I guess I didn't need anything on this side. One pickup of gravel. And we're ready. Yeah, I just needed a microbus, I guess. And then I would have had the same setup. Temporarily taking the waste truck from our technical service. Anyway, road connection over here. We will hook up the footpath after the road construction is done. And I guess this is the place where we will connect through. Coal is ready. We need at least 5 houses for 100 citizens, I think, to start this area up. 4 houses being regular workers and 20 people in the last house being highly educated. Should allow us to get this area started up. Police station will be at half capacity. Fire station can be 8. Which is the maximum of the vehicles that are inside right now. 3 workers in the clinic. The school will also be reduced down to 2 teachers probably. And then we should have limited the amount of highly educated workers in the area to a sufficient amount. So once the education level starts going up in the area, we don't overfill the service buildings while not running the shopping centers and the heating plant. The heating plant being a little bit far away. But we did disconnect a footpath right now. I'm still wondering if I should build another pump jack. Price is down back to only 870 rubles. We don't have any diversity on export goods right now towards the ruble, but it would be profitable if we wouldn't build anything up to the point where we have to maintain things. But I think once we have people in this area and we don't have to get foreign workers anymore, we should see a pretty good rise in profitability. 6,800 rubles last month. Getting foreign manpower, quite expensive. Iron ore price going down is not great. Yeah, US currency is looking excellent. I think we can repay our loan. Almost. Let's pay half of it. That's going really well. And yeah, then we can substitute the eastern border, I guess. Bringing over some materials to the eastern border just to have a source of income. Something that's relatively cheap on the western border, but the east pays a lot for. One more delivery of gravel, and we'll have our road. And this one needs 3 more deliveries. Okay, we'll let this continue building, I guess. Footpath can be hooked up a little bit later. The trucks, the vehicles from the demolition office, I guess I can move back. Sorry about that trip. I guess we can leave the microbus. There's a truck here with some waste inside. Seems like they get confused if there's another vehicle. If there's something with this configuration that they don't like. Okay, definitely no construction waste here anymore. Construction waste goes directly here. Metal scrap and hazardous waste can go in here, that's fine. Mixed waste to the train, I guess. How's the tunnel doing? Hello, Sunshell. Less than 4,000 work days, I would imagine. 3,300 and slightly less than 33, but yes, almost 3,000 work days left. .75 tons. Well, the construction waste over here is almost completely removed. 2 more truck pickups should do it. Yeah, the west is pretty profitable. Another 362,000. I think we can manage that. Shouldn't be too difficult. Only 7,000 US dollars per month now instead of 13,000. Yeah, we're making a decent amount of profit. Losing a bit of money on the eastern side though, but we'll get there. We're spending a lot of money on the microbuses bringing construction office workers to construction sites that definitely don't need that many workers. But what can you do? I guess I could give them smaller microbuses. Alright. The small store and the grocery store are now available for construction. I guess I'm gonna rename those routes. This is Colata Food Road Cargo Station Shopping. We're going to copy Colata, we're going to copy that whole thing and then just replace food with the other resources. And you can already travel. There's nothing to unload yet into, but there will be soon. Alright, that's our citizen goods being transported into the area. And repair materials can now go into the road cargo station for the building. Unload everything and then wait until you unload it on mechanical components. Okay, move that one. Now the only thing left is probably your name. I'm gonna copy it from the steel truck, I guess, instead of typing it again. What did I name it? Repair materials. Well, materials. Colata Materials Repair Station. There we go. This is the road cargo station for shopping and the road cargo station for repairs. Just in case something happens here. Now that we have the footpath hooked up again, our footpath access to our citizens is sufficient to where I don't think I need to assign anyone to go to the heating plant. They should figure that out themselves. Our waste storage is over here. One of them will just be hazardous waste. And the rest will be other waste, mixed waste. And at some point there might be some recycling going on. But for right now, all I care about is that the hazardous waste has its own storage and enough capacity to not become an issue. Before we move people in, we will set the bus stop to send some workers to the heating plant to preheat the area. If it happens during winter, which there's a possibility. We have 4 houses that are very close to finishing their construction. And that's basically the point where I would say move people in. 1 house, highly educated workers, 3 buildings, regular workers. And we would just need to make sure that heating is in the available in the area, so they don't run into any issues. And when everything is fine, we can then phase out the route that brings foreign workers to this area. It looks like construction vehicles can now drive through construction sites, it feels like. I think I watched that truck just drive through this one. Maybe I didn't look correctly. Maybe it... No, I guess it might have unloaded and then drove back out the other side, I don't know. 25 workers for a... Oh, it did this? Yeah. 25 workers for probably 4 work days. Sure. Okay, let's see what this one does. Oh, there's no reason to travel out the other side, so... But we're almost at the football playground. And then the last thing missing is maybe a monument. We will need some extra monuments up here, but hopefully this covers most of it. Doesn't quite cover these buildings, this one building, but if we extend the area over here we can have some more monuments. Okay, maybe this one drives through the road. Nope. Also nope. Never mind, then it was probably just delivering here and it looked like it. That seems likely. Once tunnel construction is done, we will also have a lot more workers for other tasks, because the construction office bus is bringing the people here regularly. Sometimes grabbing a few, sometimes grabbing more than that, depending on whenever it arrives. And when that doesn't happen anymore, all of those workers will instead go to All production lines, less than 3,000 workdays now. For the current construction task, but as I said, the last construction task should be fairly quickly completed. Okay, so you're on your last delivery of construction waste, meaning that, sure, you can go out of there. And then I took that vehicle from the demolition office, so we'll move that back in there at some point. Actually, there is more construction waste in here. So you stopped loading for some reason. Well, we'll send you over to load again. Make sure all the construction waste is gone. What's the situation over here? 4 tons. That might be a good place to try and catch that. I'm just going to tell this one to switch over to the waste train loading platform again before going to the depot, so we can empty out the last container. .1 tons. This is not going as fast as I thought it would, but there's also not that many workers in here right now. Basically, before we start building Hellas on the other side of the tunnel, I would like to make sure Kolata is up and running well, and we don't have any loans and rubles anymore. I mean, as soon as we start earning money in US dollars, we should be able to repay the remaining loan fairly quickly, because the construction will at that point happen with just US dollars. Okay, only mixed waste now. And you go to the depot, thank you. You're at 4.6. Emptying out mixed waste. Construction waste is still set to the train. I thought I set this to here. And I need to set the train to only load mixed waste. Gotta get that name again because I lost it here. Yep, it's already set up. 5 tons for the construction waste. And we need to remove that once. And then we should be ready. Let me remove the empty line. Iron ore export. That one can probably be this again. We don't need any construction waste loading here. Copy the name. Put the name in here. Alright, just a simple iron ore export train. 5.9 tons. We're going to remove this line. And we're cleared up again. You're loading construction waste right now, so let's click it. There we go. Just mixed waste now. All of that will go into the train as per usual, but it's not going to be split up between 2 different waste types, because we're not doing any recycling, so in our case it doesn't matter that much. So we're just using the external storage the way it's intended to at the basic level. And that means we could also put the town waste up here instead of going to the customs house. Could tell our technical services to unload here, which would be a little bit of a longer distance, or we could tell these trucks to unload there. The benefit of that would be that actually no, we can't, because we also receive hazardous waste. Never mind. We also still have some construction waste in here that we need to remove. Our other truck to the rescue. Pick up construction waste, wait until loaded. And bring it to the customs house. The other vehicles will get a little bit in the way. But maybe we can make it work. Maybe we only need one truck here right now for the citizen waste. Now that we're not unloading the mine waste in there anymore, we basically only need one of the trucks. So I might move one of them into storage instead. Until we have the construction waste cleared up, and then both of them can be in place again waiting. Shopping center being dug out. No, that's just a terrain. Looks like they're doing housing construction first. No construction office moving here. They must be moving to one of them, I assume. But apparently not. Not sure what they're building right now. Technical services at the forefront. This one is definitely low priority. Garbage containers. I guess we're going to prioritize the low quality rural flats. Get 5 buildings in place. Send the people in. And then they can help build the rest of the town. Since most of the rural buildings already had all of the construction materials, it basically just means send the buses and the road cranes over there and finish the construction tasks. Less than 2,500 workdays for the tunnel. We actually have one full load of metal scrap in here. Full load of mixed waste. And construction waste. I'm going to turn this storage into just citizen goods, so they can still unload other stuff in here at some point, but this will always have room for citizen waste. Until it runs full, and then it doesn't have room anymore. But in general, there should always be some room for citizen waste, even if we dump a bunch of iron and construction waste in there by accident. Some slots will be reserved for citizen waste, as I said. And yeah, theoretically I could turn this into a shared waste storage. I think we could even... No, it's containers, we can't mix stuff. If this was a waste dump, we could just dump hazardous waste on top of mixed waste, and oil price going down. Will not return to normal anytime soon. Great. Well, I don't have another pump check, so maybe we should stop exporting oil for a while. Maybe I should just tell the trucks to go into storage until the oil price recovers. But it's basically our only source of income, so... But then again, I was saying that we can just move US currency into rubles, and that's fine. First house is up. Temperature is low. Waste storage. We have 2 available. These ones might turn into recycling storages at one point, like one of them for plastic, one of them for iron. I don't know. We'll see. We have more room for maybe more waste storages. Recycling is very far away. And we might have to... We will probably rework our towns before that research happens anyway. Are we not waiting until unloaded here? Where are you? What? We had a half-full truck of food. Oh no, it did. Wait, it unloaded food already? Does that mean it already unloaded into the shopping center? The meat truck also unloaded 0.6 tons. Interesting. I guess there's maybe an internal storage for the road cargo station or something. We definitely need the shopping centers before we can move people in. I also need another small truck to provide beverages. We have an even smaller one than the B1000 now. Slightly cheaper, slightly less carrying capacity. Recolorable. I think it's the perfect vehicle for alcohol. And the game crashed again. I was just cycling through colors. Loading stations have some hidden internal storage, couple tons. Okay, is that refrigerated? Hopefully we don't lose this meat through that. We lost about 3 minutes of gameplay. Not sure why it's crashing that much. Maybe it doesn't like my rail setup somehow. Okay, did I change the other storage? Yes, it's all mixed waste. Did I change these ones? Yes. Okay, so I forgot what I did, except look at trucks. Oil price drop. We need a beverage truck. Covered how? Cheapest one, this one. We'll recolor it later. It's still in there, it just doesn't show. Maybe try the overlay. Yeah, I'm mostly concerned about if it has an internal storage that is hidden, that it is also refrigerated, but it seems like the frozen meat truck does not deteriorate. It does not show on here. So the hidden storage does not show, it looks like. I forgot to set the limits for the repair station. $35, $35, $25, and 5. Okay. We have a ton of fabric in here now. Which will last us for a very long time. Ruble is less than 100,000. 9,000 on foreign manpower per month. So we have less than 10 months, basically. At that rate. What are you building? Low quality rural flat, this one. 2 Mars buses heading here, ridiculous. It's only 68 workdays, guys. Come on, just be reasonable. We're going to preheat the area now. Send some workers to the heating plant. Same priority as the fire station, I guess. Lower priority than the fire station. But yeah, we don't need that many workers. Just generate some heat and then we can move people in. After the shopping centers have been built, of course. So they are also high priority because the groundwork still need to be completed. And then a small building on top. Facilities that are then still missing for our citizens would be the football playground, which is not active right now anyway. So they would not have any sports facilities for the time being. Our statue, providing loyalty, which could become a problem fairly soon if the people that we relocate into this area are already not as loyal. And that should be about it. Might have forgotten something, but I think that should be about it. The small heat exchanger is working. Where is our small vehicle for bringing in alcohol? That looks neat. I'm too lazy to go to the customs house right now, so I'll just do this. And apparently it's fine with the alcohol. Seems like there's enough space at the pub for other vehicles to arrive and turn around, at least with the short vehicles. I think maybe if you have a long vehicle, there's not enough room. But we haven't had any issues with the pub in the starting settlement. And the vehicle there is always set to wait until unloaded. Hasn't caused any issues. No unsolved crimes in this whatsoever. So, seems fine. 2,150 work days left. Next year we should finish the tunnel. Next year, and well, as I said, the construction of Hellas will have to wait until we have our loan repaid in rubles. School still missing. Oh yeah, the school, right. If the excavator does that, the groundwork will be done fairly quickly, and steel and prefab panels are local on site. 10-year tunnel. Yeah. It was number 1 on our 5-year plan list twice. But I have to say I didn't expect it to finish building it that early. I thought it would stick around until like the 80s. But I guess I just chose to ignore everything and go for the tunnel and go for another settlement. I really want people. Foreign workers here doing groundwork. Excellent. Not really. You are in a demolition office. You need to go back to actually helping doing groundworks. That was my mistake. Could have already been doing a lot of things. Here's an idea. No excavators or bulldozers challenge. That will make it difficult for for construction, but also you couldn't flatten the terrain except for workarounds. I don't think I'll do that. I did have an idea, but that would be really slow probably. Dirt roads only. Would encourage rail construction again, but I guess this will have to do. I do want to do a 1900 start. I hope someone will make a balanced mod collection at some point. And the issue with the large waste containers for the horse carriages will be fixed. We'll see. Okay, this one is on high priority, but it still needs groundwork, so let's lower the priority. This can be on high priority instead. All resource present for the groundworks. Excellent. I think I'm gonna get another excavator. Having some excavators around will probably be useful. Even in the future, if I have to do some groundworks, terrain, lay down the rail lines, will require me to have some excavators on hand for easy access to flattening tools, and also leave 1 or 2 bulldozers around. The iron price, didn't say it went down, but it's still pretty much stable. Yeah, it went down a little bit and then it recovered. We're not as high as we once were, but 25 to 20 is probably about... well, it is a drop, but we're still making good money on the iron. Definitely would like to see this production expand with a lot more workers, which we will have as soon as this area becomes large and we get a bus route up here. So I think plans have changed for research. As I said, automatic tree replanting is very high on the agenda. And I think next up, instead of prefab panel buildings, we might get cableway stations. Just so we can bring workers more easily to our mining area from the town. Not having to use buses, just electricity. Then we can bring workers from here up to this area and from here. Although from this side we might continue using buses. Cableways, yeah. I mean, the map looks like it will benefit from cableway cars in general. Now the question is that I guess I can put to chat. Last time I already debated about it. Cableway cars are over here, steel cables. So technically I could say I want cableway cars, steel cable research, which means these two researches do not unlock anything and would be free. But I said the most amount of free researches that I could do would be one. So I would say the first research is steel production, the second research would be steel cables before I unlock it. So I would need two researchers to get steel cables and cableway cars respectively. It would also put us in the realm of actually running a steel mill. Have the option. First steel, then cables. Yeah. Steel itself is not directly connected to it. But I also agree. This can be back to iron ore only. The waste train might run into problems if we expand our iron production. But that's a challenge we can solve at that time. Maybe carrying waste away with a cableway car to another platform. I have iron already, that is true. Not a lot of iron, but I do have iron. The investment into a steel mill would be quite expensive, but I think it would be probably worth it. Depending on what the game says regarding steel price though. It is over 500, it's up to 680 rubles now. So the price did go up in both currencies. And it's heading up. Which is also driving the iron price up. So we're getting a benefit from that. But construction wise it's probably better to just have iron available than exporting iron ore and then re-importing iron. Building the facility is going to be expensive. We would have to spend a lot of steel on that. But then we could produce steel and export it for a profit, so it might recoup its investments relatively quickly. We have heating, some heating at least, 2 workers in here right now. The shopping centers are still not up, but the groundworks are completed for both of them. Resource deliveries for the small store are still ongoing. Garbage stand. 1 medium mine is quite enough for a while for the steel you need internally, plus some extra. Oh yeah, we did get a really good mine. The quality of the iron in here is really good. 63%, feel pretty happy with that. That is 630 tons, I believe. 4 tons per iron ore, 4 tons of iron ore per worker, so 4 times 250 is exactly 1,000. So 63 is 630 tons. And the steel mill at most can use 200. After the conversion, 630. It's a little bit less than half. So I would say maybe 250, rounded down. We should basically get enough iron to run a steel mill comfortably at full capacity. If we have a full set of workers in the iron mine, and then we might run into issues with pollution, but yeah, even at half production that would be a lot of steel. 20 tons of steel per day? That would be a lot. For us at least. I'm not going to build an orphanage, I don't think. Actually, I built an orphanage, didn't I? I don't remember. I was thinking about it. I did not build one. I didn't want to deal with the loyalty. I had problems with loyalty. I had loyalty concerns. Coal is much more needed for steel, and you are on the default map, so you're in for a ride. I already saw the spotty coal in this area. So I don't like that. Also, we also need the research for actually the resource overlay. I need to see where the coal actually is, and the oil and etc. So they probably took a sprinkly brush and just went over the map, and it has like small dots of coal everywhere. We need 375 tons of coal. Let's put that at half. Let's say 200 tons. Around it. 200 tons of coal are made from almost double in coal ore, so 400. And a coal mine produces 4.2 tons, so about 800 something. So we need a 50% coal mine at full capacity. I do realize that coal... Also we need coal for heating, etc. Coal is probably going to be the resource that needs to be transported by train the most. I really want to start moving people in here, so please finish these construction tasks. Shopping center, 2 more deliveries of bricks, some workers, a road crane, and we're done. I don't think you're going to finish this. I knew it. Finish the construction of the grocer, with people brought here by microbus. Eight work days. 1 or 2 workers would finish that. I'm gonna unassign the construction officers. We can finish that with workers in here. They should focus their efforts on the small store, as more construction work still pending. Let's check the durability of our oil trucks. 31%. 31, 31, 0. Seems like that one got recently repaired, so everything appears to be in order. As long as we have people staffing the repair station, we should be in good shape. And vehicles get repaired. As long as they drive through Kolata, or have their workplaces in range of the repair station. There's a microbus. As long as we get 2 workers on the construction site, we would be fine. And 4 workers should definitely finish it. Although they're making it look like they're not going to finish it. Oh, I cancelled it and then... Oh my god, the road crane went back home. Okay. With the next microbus we are going to finish it. We needed the road crane, I forgot about that. $40,000 rubles. I guess we can do a transportation route from dollars to rubles, just to not have to refresh our ruble loan. Carry over some aluminium. Road construction is not going to happen right now, so we'll take that vehicle. Going to the western border first. picking up aluminium, bringing it here, and going back into storage. That should give us 30,000, I think, at the very least. Maybe a lot more. Inflation is already picking up where the vehicle prices are getting close to their Western counterparts. We got our shopping center partially built. Right. It's going to be the same for this one, right? Great. Well, we're sending some workers over there with the next microbus. And this time the road crane is still inside. Alright. So we got everything, pretty much. That means we can move people in. And I'm gonna start relocating some. We have 3 or 4 houses. I will just grab this building. They're 86% happy, which will drop a bit for being forcefully relocated. But let's see where it takes us. I guess I'm not gonna worry about the education. It's gonna be mostly highly educated workers. So, whatever. 4 buildings filled with citizens. Let's see what they do. I want to get food. No one is working in there yet. Since we have a bunch of highly educated workers, we will determine the grocer to at least get 1 set of workers. We will assign another building. Actually, we won't assign any other building, just the grocer. At least 6 to 7 workers here regularly should provide food. Hopefully a little bit faster. I think they all went into a different workplace fairly early. But it should stabilize itself now. The maximum amount is 10 again. Alright. 1 person already left because they couldn't... Well, a few people left because they couldn't get food. But this should be better now. Culture, sport, food, meat, pub, tavern. A lot of buildings are not running. We need more houses. Just need to get more people in this area. They are trying to fill all the slots that require highly educated workers, I guess. And I am too lazy to micromanage the situation of telling each house to do one specific task. So we will look for a house that has fewer highly educated workers if possible. Seems like this one is our best bet with 57. Still more than double of them highly educated. We're going to keep the houses topped off. They're going to construction sites? Yes, but only at most 5 people. I have set the setting down here to have it at 5 maximum workers. I like that you can see the infrastructure price doesn't show up for buildings, but it shows up for planned infrastructure. That's neat. So yeah, they will walk to a variety of different construction sites. Maybe inefficiently so, but they will build a few things. We should only need 5 workers here, and I will probably tell 1 building to send workers. Also, we can open up the people can move in here. We will set 1 building to send workers to the shopping center, the kindergarten, the pub, and the clinic. Just to keep these facilities staffed. with at least a few people. The clinic shouldn't be an issue because it has highly educated workers. The pub and the kindergarten will cause issues if they aren't staffed. This should increase the amount of workers in the area. And yeah, they will walk to different construction sites trying to build them up. I'm not sure if I have enough road cranes for this, but we have at least a few. So the construction of the buildings in the area won't be super efficient, but as soon as a road crane moves onto a construction site, it'll go pretty quickly. And then the road crane can move onto a different building. Plus we're still getting foreign workers here. Heating issue in Krasna. I guess I should assign one building to the heating plant. And then any one extra to the bus stop. Make sure the heating plant is staffed, please. It is pretty hot, but I don't know. Not sure why it cooled down that quickly. Why the kindergarten was complaining. We don't need that many workers in the heating plant. 4 will be enough. We have not as many people as in our other settlement. And yeah, as we slowly grow the population, the issue of assigning people to work tasks will become lower and lower. One thing that is still open is if the higher education will propagate through this, or if it will turn into a situation where they all stop having a regular education. Which is the most likely situation right now. The school has a somewhat high priority, because if the children can't get any education, it doesn't matter if we have a way of them to get a university education in the nearby settlement. They still need to go to school first. So yeah, the school has the highest priority, I would say. Then the housing, then the monument, and then at the very last, the technical service to round it off. And then we should have a functioning society in the area. Needs a few more workers to stabilize. Moving them in during winter might not be a good idea because the happiness will be fairly low, and if they decide that they want to do sport, they will be unhappy and might leave. But it is what it is. The happiness should go up during spring, summer, autumn, and then the next winter they will just have to deal with the lack of sport. Oh yeah, and that message is probably going to pop up quite a lot. Culture should be fine as soon as we get enough workers in this building. Maybe I can designate one building to do that. The fire station is important, so culture building and fire station, please. Police station will be done automatically because we have highly educated workers in the area. Just needs a few more workers, I guess. Definitely need to pay attention to crime, but the amount of workers in the area is low, so hopefully a single police station at half, or maybe even in the future full capacity, will be enough. Maybe I should have another police car, because there could be a lot of different spots where crime happens. But I think if one police car is enough for 1,500 people, it should be enough for this area too. I could finish these house constructions quicker by assigning buildings to it, send all workers to a house and finish the construction basically. But I can only really do that if they have delivered all resources, and right now they seem to be spreading out the construction materials between everything. I think I can unassign the source of workers for our construction offices for now. Or at least assign them to the bus stop instead, so we don't get any foreign workers for that anymore. We don't have a dedicated house for the bus stop yet. We have one for the heating plant and the bus stop, but that is not exclusive. At least 2 houses are probably told to always go to the bus stop. just for the fact that we need to make sure that we can do maintenance if necessary. Let's unassign the assignment for the foreign workers and distribute them among everything. They will be mostly regularly educated workers, so they can help with all tasks. And then in the near future we can turn that route off, probably when 50% of the remaining buildings have been constructed and filled with population. At that point we should be stable. Each group of 5 houses like this is 100 citizens. I think when we have 300 we should be fine, so these 5 plus these 4 and this one would be enough. And then these houses would be extra. 300 people should be more than enough to run this. Hopefully allowing us to unassign everything. I think the building where I assigned 4 different tasks is maybe a bit much. We'll make you go between the kindergarten and the small store. And you're the grocer. You're going here. We already have the museum assigned. I don't know. The kindergarten is important. Small store and kindergarten, yeah. Increase the priority of these 4 houses. Bring the last set of bricks to these, please. And then we will build them up. Assign our last building to just build these houses, basically. With a full set of workers. But we need the bricks for it first. Looks like we are getting... Oh, that was still from the customs house, never mind. I thought we got workers from the bus stop. Oh, there are some. Nice. So I guess we can pick up some of them to bring to construction sites. The school is ready. However, the school does not have all of its does not have a road crane available yet. So we need to finish one construction task and then cause the road crane to be moved over here. Shouldn't be that difficult. Colata heating plant. I don't believe it. And yeah, there's no other source of income here. It's still just the oil field. We built this just so we don't have to get foreign workers, which is really expensive compared to that, but in the long run this should be better because foreign workers are going to get more and more expensive, whereas our infrastructure will stick around until it needs maintenance. And in the future we might be able to do maintenance with materials procured from the west, where inflation isn't as strong. Okay, the road crane should now travel here, I believe. And then we can build the next building, move some more people over here. Hopefully improve the loyalty of our citizens in due time. Increase the priority of the monument. That one will be restricted to 5 workers, but high priority is good. 220 work days. Don't have any uneducated workers yet, so no one has grown up without getting an education in the area. Okay, let's keep one house open so we can relocate people and get this one back here. Oh, you're complaining about not being able to do sport. Well, I know what you would like. Moving into a completely different area. We'll leave this window here, so we can relocate more people as the houses come up. 4 more work days. And each building can basically build another building. We're gonna snowball now. I can assign you to this one and this one, build all of these. You help with that. Where's our road crane? You help building the school. Seems okay. Yeah, school will be done shortly. Our happiness is going down because of the relocation. People don't like being forcefully relocated. Understandably so. We will lose some people, some population due to the relocation, but I think they will start being mostly happy. I think I will tell one house to just continuously build this, so we get this up as soon as possible too. Maybe you. Once you're done with the school, you can just do the concrete monument for the rest until you're done. All resources here and here. Yeah, resource deliveries are picking up pace. Once you are done with the school, we can finish these construction sites, but do the school first. Excellent. 5 more workdays. We don't have a secret police, but I will set this here, just in case I forget. And 3 teachers should be more than enough. I thought 2, but let's put it at 3. There should be people heading here automatically, since it is a workplace that requires highly educated workers. They'll decide moving in here by themselves soon enough. I think it might be time stopping the foreign workers coming here. Probably. Maybe once the monument is done. This will take a while, but how much would that take? So 20 workers for a workday. So 20 workers each 60 seconds approximately. So 8 in... Is it 8? That would be 8 in-game days, but the in-game days go differently, it feels like. Also the 20 workers. Yeah, it should be 20 workers per day. Times 8 days would be 160. But it's definitely not building that fast. Isn't that the second notification about a rising coal price? Oh boy. I don't like the look of that. Oh god. Hopefully, I didn't read the message, but hopefully it was only about, yeah, the coal price went up for a really short spike. You should have noticed it already. Okay, place some more housing. We'll need to wait for the resource deliveries to other construction sites, but I need to make sure that these workplaces support the full set of workers. Otherwise we're gonna have unemployment in the area, potentially. Yeah. Well, we got our second settlement. Quite far away from our first one. We reduced the amount of workers in our first settlement because of it, but they should be able to not have an issue with that. It's only maybe 200 people. I would like to fill as many houses as possible. At the very least, 300 people should live here. So 15 houses, 5 more. Let's check the waste situation. This house doesn't have a waste storage. The heating plant doesn't have a waste storage, everything else seems to be okay. So we'll have to do something up here. Maybe a waste storage on this corner. Probably also for these houses. It looks like the large waste storages that I have put in place are dealing with it fairly well. But I still think I will have to build some small waste storages whenever I want to go for recycling, which is very far in the future. Yeah, we'll just put a waste storage here, I think. Or is there a footpath connection necessary up here? I mean, we have this footpath and then maybe a triangle connection over here. Yeah, sure, let's leave this as a corner. And then put a footpath on over here. Actually, maybe we can put that centered. No, we can't really. This is fine. Okay. 114 workdays for the monument. I think I'm gonna stop bringing in foreign workers. How many vehicles? 3. There's one bulldozer here. Sorry. Open the road. Add it to the road. So, one more delivery each. And then the foreign workers will stop coming into this area. And we'll only use our own. With only 7,000 rubles left, it's probably a good idea. I will have to haul some more aluminium, because we will probably import more construction material in bulk. I don't know if it will get there in time before full loan will have to be taken, but we'll see. That looks good. School is running. There was a foreign worker in here still, but that's fine. The waste generation won't be an issue. For a while, these houses do not generate that much waste. I wanted to do one thing, just for visual clarity. Basically just put a road here as a dirt road. This should be demolished, but let's put a dead end road here, and this is still a dirt road. Or we can remove most of it. And this isn't necessary anymore because we don't have any buildings anymore. So we still have the road infrastructure in place in case we want to do something, but it doesn't end dead stop at a gravel road ending. I also built a loop road around it, which is nice. Let's take another look at the tunnel, which is definitely going to finish next episode. 340 workdays for the tunneling phase. And yeah, the rest can be done by machinery, so it looks like it's a lot of workdays still left, but actually it's not. I also said at one point that I didn't want to do road construction, so I moved the truck out of here. That has changed. We need the access to the equipment, otherwise the road construction is going to take a long time. And one paver and one roller is going to be enough, as long as we can get some dump trucks bringing in the materials. So the truck currently hauling aluminium will be moved back into its correct place and then take over bringing the construction equipment to the tunnel pavement operation. It might have been on its way back through the lumber area, I don't know where it is. Well, it definitely was at the customs house just now, because our money went up by quite a bit. So it must be on its way home. Or it's already home and oh right, it was at this customs house at the last stop. It went from the west to the east, not the other way around. So we have 40,000 rubles. Didn't spend much in dollars, so that's an excellent route for us. Whenever we need money in rubles, we'll just transfer some resources over and we're fine. We could also do some other shenanigans with containers or Western vehicles, but we will hold off on that until we absolutely need to. 280 workdays. The mine over the tunnel with the peak, Kira Rush, so top right, isn't bad. We definitely had to do a lot of terrain work to get the tunnel that way. And after that tunnel is done, there will be a long time where we won't have to do a tunnel construction. At least not a road tunnel. All of this area is free for the taking. There's nothing holding us back. I should have started all constructions and then paused the buildings. I guess I can just start them from the menu. Even the stuff over here is, I think, going to stay that way. Except maybe the road don't. No, the road is also going to stay. Except this is going to be. I will not have footpaths going here. Just up here and then down here, no footpaths. And once the roads are done, we will have alternating footpaths leading into the roads, just to not create like pedestrian crossings everywhere. Otherwise, I could just, I guess, have a pedestrian crossing here, one here, and one here. I don't know how it would look like. I think maybe pedestrian crossings on this intersection, and then maybe one over here, and in the middle here. We'll see. 250 workdays or less. I think we are doing okay here, right? I'm not getting any warning messages and not everyone has died yet, so I think we're okay. People should be slowly regaining their happiness, and it looks like that is the case. Also, some buildings get people moved in by themselves, so they do not lose happiness when they move in. At least not from the move, they will not like the area that much yet. Hopefully the monument will change that. I'm also interested to see what will happen with the university situation. It says 15 people cannot study. So maybe there's a range limit to that whole thing. Maybe we do need the university in this area. I thought they would move over automatically, but I don't remember anymore. Maybe it only happens when you already have people inside and then they move other people in. Do we have anyone who cannot study that I can easily find? I mean, I can move anyone over. As long as there's someone with a regular basic education in, it's fine. I'm just looking for someone who can't study. It's at maximum 4 workers and some children, so let's see what happens. Relocated 3 people into here. Oh, we did know their loyalty, that's maybe why it doesn't work. Maybe we need to wait until the loyalty becomes... no, it should already be invisible, right? I guess we instantly started knowing their loyalty as soon as they moved into the Hall of Residence. Maybe the loyalty is set too high and they can't move. 8 people, 9, 10, 11, 12. Maybe I'll try lowering the setting. This one is set to no loyalty requirement. Let's lower this down to 10, just to make sure that the most disloyal citizens do not get an education here. Actually, no, that's for teachers. It doesn't matter. Students all have access. Teachers make sense to have 30. I don't know why they are not moving here. It looks like we will have to build a university. Until they can't study while living at home, that's normal. Oh, you mean they have to wait until they're 21 and then they will move over? That might be true, yeah. So they can't study here, and once they reach 21 years of age, they will move into the other building. Okay, we will see if that works. We will leave things be then. Have to keep an eye out on the general situation in the area regarding highly educated workers, but if it is that way, then everything should be set up correctly. And we just have to wait. It seems like people are moving into these buildings by themselves. Our gravel storage is full, our resource storage is full. Boards are being transported here right now. Repair station is being worked in occasionally. Probably should make sure this is always staffed. So, grocery store, I think should all just be grocery store. But if you realize that you want to work and you can't find a workplace in the grocery store, go to the bus stop. Shouldn't happen, but sometimes maybe another house decides to work there and they can't find their way in. The heating plant house, this one. Heating plant, repair station, bus stop. That will make sure that the repair station is always staffed by at least someone. And then one house, I think, always to the bus stop. Doesn't have to be a lot of people yet, but in the future when we have to make sure that buildings can be maintained, I would like to have some workers at the bus stop at all times. Doesn't have to be a lot, but some should be available. So, we're not spending any money anymore on foreign manpower. We're still spending money on materials, construction materials. And the price for oil has dropped to, well, it looks to be about 1,000 rubles again. But, yeah, we're basically banking on an oil price spike at some point. Or at least the oil price recovering, to make this a worthwhile investment. And if it isn't, then we are going to set up a farm. A farming building without a distribution office is going to be something. We will have to have a grain silo, I would imagine, with road cargo stations, depending on how many vehicles we want on it. But thankfully they have a lot of factory connections. So if we were to just want to export grain, we would have a grain silo with 2 road cargo stations giving us access to room for 8 vehicles. You could all do this without a road cargo station, but then you would have to deal with traffic warnings for most of the year when they are not handling any export. And the other alternative is just building a farm with a grain silo, and that grain silo goes directly into a production chain, like a food factory or a distillery. And that would also be okay, since we are using last year we were using almost 200 tons of food. A food factory could easily produce that. However, this area doesn't have a lot of workers, so I don't think that they would be able to keep up with the demand of our republic. Although I could grow the population in size here, and maybe put a higher density housing area over here with a food factory in the area, next to a farm. Who knows? That is still open and to be determined. For now, this is just a small town, this is just a small village taking care of a fire station in case the pump check catches fire. That's all they're doing basically. There's nothing else to it. Would be better if they could do something else. Right now they are not. It looks like the population is growing. Crime isn't too much of an issue. Once the population grows enough to where we have maybe some spare workers, I will increase the amount of police staff in here to make sure that crime is analyzed, investigated fast enough where the chance to solve is at a reasonable level, and most crime is resolved successfully. Notify me if goods start to become missing in our buildings. Shouldn't happen. We have one truck bringing coal here, it's 25 tons, it's a lot. We have almost 2 trucks worth of coal in the heating plant. Should be easily able to bring more coal here. We'll slow down traffic a little bit, but there isn't that much traffic going to the customs house anyway. I like this setup. It's very organized. This is a little bit chaotic, but I think it looks reasonable. Maybe we can have a well here too. A fountain. Definitely not these ones. These are a little bit too large. The other option is a monument. Our monument has been built, and I believe some of these houses are not covered. I might be incorrect by that. If this house is covered, then everything will be fine. All resources are present. Send all workers to that building. We're gonna find out right now. So I think we still need some monuments in our commercial district. This would be a nice spot. We haven't built the highest range monument at the start, which is 145 meters. It would basically cover everything in this area. And since we're building quite spread out, I wouldn't be opposed to building that here. The resource cost is 11 tons of steel, which is not ideal. But I mean, we can pay for one, right? And it would also be visible for vehicles coming down the road, right behind the gas station. The technical service is still to be built. And that should hopefully cover all workplaces in this area without us having to do too much. This house has been built, and it is also covered. Excellent. So we don't need another monument here. Maybe one for the pub and the small clinic at some point. I think the small clinic is probably covered. Yeah. But the pub is not. So there will be some dissident in this area, I would assume, for people drinking alcohol. And we will have to build a monument for that, just to make sure they are reminded to how great our nation is. Okay, Golata is up, still at 1,500 people, didn't lose many. We lost a few, probably from people leaving. 5 escapes, 29 escapes last year. And all-time 312, small spike last year. No problem. Didn't have to get any foreign workers. Let's look at the waste here. It's pretty full with mixed waste. $18 tons. That's like 3 truckloads. 3 containers. I don't think we're keeping up with things. I think we have to probably get more waste wagons, waste cargo wagons. We're moving all construction waste and other waste over, but it's a bit much. Are you even unloading? Or are you stuck? It looks like you're stuck. Reset settings. Reset settings. Maybe you were stuck for a very long time and that's why. Okay. So it's probably not an issue. It was probably just that setting. Because this train was probably waiting there for a very long time and oh, you're not gonna get out in front of the logging train. The logging train gets there way faster than you. Okay, so this is not an issue with the train that we have, I believe. We will check that later. Tunnel construction, 40 workdays for the tunneling. And 2 more busloads of 20 workers each, and we're there. And then the road construction phase will start. And we will have access to this area, and they will immediately start building the roads on that side. Which will take electronic components that will be really expensive, but I want this to be in place for this area. I haven't planned the electricity, I haven't planned the water and sewage, but we do have enough room in the back areas here to place that around the heat exchanger and over here next to the shopping center. Let me take a quick look at the lines that we have and see if I have to rename some of them. That's our refrigerated truck. This is meat for all places inside the city, with the assumption that the road cargo station at the grocery store empties out the fastest. Okay, we're not having enough workers in this area. One of the houses that send people to the bus stop will send people to the prison first. Make sure this one is fully staffed. I don't want to start having escapes again, and right now we do. So let's prevent that. Bring some workers in here. Not sure why that happens right now. Probably from the relocation of citizens, but I would assume most of them would work in local workplaces. Let's lower that amount down to 20. So theoretically we should see people moving in here with 21 years of age or higher and no education level over 1.0 yet. And right now that hasn't happened yet. 19 people cannot study right now. And that just dropped down to... Was it 19 or 16? Maybe I misread. Might have misread. Now it's at 11. I don't know. Maybe it counts these ones too? Can't tell. Oh yeah, and we're still slowly building a house over here. Very, very slowly. I guess we should tell you, you can build buildings. Why are you that slow then? Unfinished footpath. Okay. Oh, I just started all construction projects. And this one wasn't in blueprint mode, but all the footpaths basically were. So yeah, I triggered the construction of all construction tasks, so everything is being built basically. Should not have done that maybe, but it's not that problematic. I think we will have to subsidize the east a bit more after the road construction is done of the tunnel. 10 more workdays for the current construction task. Waiting on our bus to bring some workers here. Don't know where it is. It's not in the repair station. 10 workdays. It's bringing workers to a flat because all the other construction projects have started. That is unacceptable. We will move this to high priority until you bring workers here. I want to finish the road construction to the point where machinery can finish it. Don't stop this at that point. Alright, decide to build the road, please. Iron mine unfinished road, sounds good. Okay, and then we can put it back to low priority. And that finishes the tunneling phase, the longest phase of the tunnel construction for a tunnel construction. It was a very long time, but now we can move on to paving the road inside the tunnel. There we go. Don't need workers for that. Just a bunch of vehicles delivering gravel and then asphalt. I might move the other dump truck from Colata over to help with that. This dump truck, when we're done with everything, will be moved over to assist with the road. Actually, no, we move it over right now. You're going to the construction office. That is fine. You will go over back to Korazna and help with the construction of the tunnel by increasing the frequency that we will deliver gravel. And then next time we're going to finish the tunnel and hopefully start making a profit again on the eastern border by stopping construction inside Colata, which is still ongoing. We still have a few construction tasks ahead of us. But I think the largest part is basically done. The technical service requires a lot of materials which have been delivered. I guess the monument needs another 11 tons. And a few houses are still open for construction, but in general, as I said, we should be looking fairly good. And then we see if we have enough people or if we need to adjust things. But I think the housing area should be plenty. And someone with a higher education working at the football playground. How nice of him. Of them. Hopefully another worker will show up here soon because there's a lot of people wanting to do sport. Oh yeah, I guess there might be a secret working place in there, because it instantly switched to another worker. I don't mind that. That's nice. Does that happen? Didn't happen this time. Well, Colada shines. Colada is ready. We have our second settlement, meaning that we have a second research point. That this time, truly, I don't really intend to spend, but I guess we could spend it on the research limitation, like requiring a specific loyalty for our students. I don't think I want this right now, because it will create other issues where at some point students might move into here from Colata where we don't know the loyalty, and then when they move in here we start knowing their loyalty, and then it might turn out to not have enough loyalty to actually get an education. So they would basically live their lives in here. I don't know if there's an upper limit, but we basically can get that research done when we have a secret police in every settlement. And we also know that the topic with the moving of people from this area to Karasna to study does actually work, which is still open. There's only one student in here. Right now it looks like it might not work that way. So a university inside Colata might have to happen. But I will give it a while. I mean, we have a lot of highly educated workers in here. With 20 workers per house, more than 10 highly educated workers per house is a lot. And these houses are still new and not many people have moved in yet. So we mostly have highly educated workers in this area. Yeah. I think that's probably going to be it for today. The stream went a little bit longer than 4 hours. But I think we're set up to actually start building Hellas, at least the infrastructure. The building construction will only happen as soon as we've dealt with the loan on the eastern border. Otherwise we're going to put us in a situation where we will spend a lot of money here while still repaying a loan in rubles. Speaking of a loan in rubles, before I leave I should probably grab another load of cash. And I guess we can use this truck instead. Importing aluminium, exporting, going back into storage. That will give us another injection of cash in the ruble currency. Only paying 8,600 a month. But we're still not seeing much profit here. There's still construction being done on that side. But yeah, as I said, that's going to be it for today. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Let me take a quick look if there's anyone to raid. If you want to stick around, I will raid you to Steffen, who mostly streams in German, but he will introduce himself and his run in English if you want. If not, that is fine. Take care, have a good evening, stay healthy, and as always, maybe I will see you next time.